Chapter 357. Lone Moon hurriedly opened the communication device on his wristband, but there was no response at all. Could this be the restriction that Shining was talking about? Not only was the location of entry random, but he could not use his assistant's authority in this interface. Then where was he going to find someone? He looked around and decided to find an immortal city to ask about the situation first. He was just about to fly on his sword when suddenly there were a few whooshing sounds in the air. After a few bird cries, a huge green bird suddenly appeared in the sky. With a light flap of its wings, a strong wind was stirred up, and in the next moment, a huge shadow fell down. Lone Moon subconsciously wanted to summon his immortal sword, but saw the huge bird's figure flash, instantly transforming into a human form, smiling as it walked towards him. "Fellow immortal, where are you going? Do you need professional bird service? We will provide you with a luxurious ride, exclusive service, 0 immortal power consumption, 5-star enjoyment. DD Beast beating rating is 99%. What the hell? Seeing that fellow immortal looks unfamiliar, there is a 30% discount for new customers. Just 3 mid-grade immortal stones, you can stop and leave immediately, guaranteed to arrive at your destination. Fellow immortal, are you leaving now?" With that said, he even patted himself hard on the back. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. No need, I'll fly myself." With that said, he directly flew on his sword. Fellow immortal, don't go, flying on a sword consumes a lot of immortal power. If 30% is not enough, 40% is fine too. How about 50%? What was going on? Lone Moon looked confused. He sped up on his sword and released his divine perception, only to find that there was an immortal city not far away. Indeed, in a short while, there were many palaces in front of him. He directly landed, only to see that there was a huge stone tablet outside the immortal city. On it was written a row of flamboyant words, "Shangfang Immortal City welcomes you." Lone Moon was stunned. Why did this type of welcome sound so familiar? Coupled with the DD Beast beating he had encountered previously, he suddenly had a bad feeling. After hesitating for a while, he walked in. Almost in an instant, he heard the sound of bustling. Big sale of 50% off. All immortal pills and pill tripod pavilion are on sale, 50% of everything, 50% of everything, only for this day, first come first serve. Treasure Tower clearance sale. Celestial artifacts that used to cost dozens or hundreds of celestial stones will now only cost 5 mid-grade celestial stones. Just 5 mid-grade celestial stones, you can choose any celestial artifact from level 1 to level 5. Shangfang Civil and Martial Immortal School is recruiting students. Our school has a top mystic immortal to teach. Your dream of ascension can be fulfilled in 100 years. Anyone below the Earth immortal level could sign up. All tuition fees will be refunded to those who fail to ascend to immortality upon graduation. Shangfang Civil and Martial Immortal School is the best place for you to raise your cultivation. Are you still distressed over the fact that you formed your gold core too late and that your appearance is getting old? Are you still regretting giving up on meridian cleansing and body reconstruction? The Brilliant Color Workshop's top-notch face casting pill will fulfill your immortal dreams. 7th grade Spirit Beast Egg. Lone Moon, this is Immortal City. Looking at these avant-garde marketing methods and familiar advertising slogans, did they hire a planner from another dimension, or did they travel through time together? Lone Moon's heart sank. There was obviously something wrong with this world, and it was very serious. There could be more than one invader. He had to find Shining quickly. Just as he was about to find out more about the situation, he suddenly heard a loud bang. He subconsciously looked up, only to see something suddenly rising into the sky not far away, exploding in the sky like fireworks. A huge golden array instantly enveloped the entire immortal city. There was no immortal pressure in that array at all. It was just like a mark, shining brightly in the sky. Wow, that's a big deal. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the cultivators on the street all exclaimed. There was no panic in their voices, but rather some envy. I wonder which rich family actually bought a citywide immortal seal. That's right, once this mark appears, tens of immortal cities around can see it. This is the first time I've seen a citywide immortal seal. I wonder if the other party can earn back the price of this mark with such a big promotion. Rich great cultivators are indeed different. So the array in the sky was just an advertisement? Straight face, it's coming, the mark is activated. Look! Someone reminded. All the cultivators on the street looked up, and Lone Moon subconsciously followed suit. They saw that the golden array in the sky suddenly began to change. The entire array diagram began to merge and change shape, turning into a large golden star that scattered down. In the middle, a word appeared faintly, becoming clearer and clearer. In less than 5 minutes, it finally formed into 3 striking words, Father Nyo. F***CK. What is Father Nyo? Has anyone heard of it? I've never heard of it. Could it be some top-grade elixir? Maybe it's some rare Dharma treasure. No, I think it must be some special cultivation technique. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped. His entire body was filled with killing intent. He conjured a wind-riding spell, turned and rushed towards the place where the array had just risen. Those 2 idiots. Fuck you. He rushed all the way to the square in the center of the immortal city. Indeed, from afar, he saw a platform in the middle of the square. There were 2 familiar people standing on it. One of them was sitting lazily on a chair, nibbling on a fruit. The other stood behind him, holding a huge banner in his hand. On it, in golden words, was written, "Search for Father Nyo with a large sum of money." The 2 of them scanned the crowd in front of them while chatting casually. Chef, do you think Father Nyo will see it? Don't worry, Master. With his cultivation, even if he doesn't meet up with us, he won't be in danger. Then how many immortal stones do we owe in total? Including the fireworks just now, a total of 45,105 mid-grade immortal stones. Chef, hurry. Release your divine perception and search every inch of the area. We must find Father Nyo. Yes, Master, no problem, Master. Lone Moon, who had just arrived at the square, stopped in his tracks. In the next moment, he turned and left without hesitation. Damn it, I don't know these 2 idiots. Father Nyo. Shining, however, recognized him at lightning speed. Chef, stop him. Yes, Master. In the next moment, a wave of sword rain fell in front of Lone Moon, directly surrounding him tightly. The surrounding cultivators all retreated. In an instant, only Lone Moon, who was surrounded by immortal swords, was left in the middle of the square. Shining stood up with a whoosh, raised her right hand high and greeted enthusiastically, Yo! Father Nyo! Get lost! Don't think that I will repay your debt. Lone Moon deeply realized that he had raised 2 idiots who were losing money. It had only been less than 4 hours since they separated, but the 2 could actually spend tens of thousands of mid-grade immortal stones in a small immortal city. And they were only eating, and did not buy any Dharma artifacts or Dharma treasures. Lone Moon clutched his bag of immortal stones. His heart was bleeding. More than 40,000 mid-grade immortal stones, more than 40,000. Rounded up, it was 100 million. How many? Pooey, how long did he have to do business? How many spirit herbs and immortal artifacts he had to sell to make up for it? For the 101st time every day, he wanted to sell these 2 idiots. Chapter 358. How on earth did you 2 owe so much money? Lone Moon glared at the two of them. Father no, Shining was just about to answer. Shut up. Lone Moon stopped her directly and turned to look at Chef beside him. Speak. Never mind Shining, he was used to being tricked by her. Since when did even Chef become so unreliable? When Master and I came over, we happened to be in different directions of this immortal city. I Ching explained. It was already past lunchtime. When I found Master, she was eating at Immortal Cuisine restaurant in the city. Master was too hungry and ate a little too much. That's it. Chef's gaze drifted before he continued. I found that the spirit rice in that restaurant was not bad, so I bought some along the way. Are you guys eating a dine and dash? Even if you ate and packed spirit rice, it wouldn't cost tens of thousands of immortal stones, right? Most cultivators abstained from eating, so it was not necessary for them to eat. Therefore, those kinds of restaurants for cultivators were not considered expensive. A meal cost hundreds of immortal stones at most. We spent 83 immortal stones. Then where did the rest come from? The rest. I Ching's expression changed. He coughed before continuing. After we finished eating, we realized that we did not bring immortal stones, so we rented a table to look for you, and bought a missing person firework along the way. Then, it came to tens of thousands. So. Lone Moon took a deep breath. For 80-odd immortal stones for a meal, you spent tens of thousands just to find me to pay the bill. Master and disciple froze and looked up at the sky together. That. Father no, don't mind such details. She really did not know that a firework would be so expensive. Get lost. I don't want to be your father no. Don't think about next month's living expenses. Go eat your spirit rice. Father no. Ya mighty. Winky face, hey, are you going to pay the bill or not? The boss who had been standing at the side was getting impatient. He glanced at the three of them. It's a total of 45,005 middle-grade immortal stones. You have to pay it in full by today. This shop does not take credit. If you don't intend to pay for them, then don't blame me for extracting their cultivation and refining it into an immortal pill to repay the debt. As he spoke, he looked the two of them up and down, then snorted lightly. I thought you guys had some sort of backer, but you really can't afford it. If you don't have money, why would you buy an immortal city seal? No money. F***CK, who are you calling poor? Lone Moon's expression darkened. He took out a bag of immortal stones and threw it over. 45,105 mid-grade immortal stones, right? Here are 500 superior grade immortal stones. Keep the change. He hated it the most when people said he had no money. You can't even talk about my daughter. High-grade celestial stone. The boss was shocked and immediately smiled like a chrysanthemum. Looks like this little deity is worrying too much. If Immortal Friend wants to issue an Immortal City seal next time, our shop will give you a discount. No need. Seeing that the other party's expression wasn't very good, the boss didn't say much. Then I'll take my leave first. Thank you for your patronage. With that said, he took the bag of immortal stones and left. Lone Moon looked at the boss walking away. Something flashed across his eyes. He desperately suppressed the urge to beat the two of them up. He held the two of them and lectured them for a full 2 hours. Only then did he start to think about the situation in the entire immortal city. Ever since he came to this realm, he always felt that every place was filled with strangeness. Everything he saw along the way was too out of the ordinary. Those avant-garde advertisements, and that strange immortal city seal in the air, he had a bold guess in his heart, but he didn't have time to verify it. After thinking for a while, he turned to look at the two cheaters behind him and said, Shining, the two of you stay here and don't walk around. I'll go buy some oranges. Shining subconsciously replied. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. Get lost. Lone Moon asked around in the immortal city before he roughly understood the situation in this world. It was different from the mortal realm and the immortal realm. This was a world where immortals and mortals lived together. All mortals here could cultivate, from chi refinement all the way to mystic immortal. As for Stygian immortal and exalted immortal above mystic immortal, there seemed to be no such concept here. Or rather, no one had risen to such a cultivation level. And it was not like the cultivators of other realms, where there would be lightning tribulations every time they advanced. Lone Moon guessed that this might be because this realm was not under the heavenly Tao, so naturally there would be no heavenly tribulations. The cultivation system here was also extremely complicated. Other than the cultivation of the 5 elemental spirit roots, there was actually magic, battle chi, ancient martial arts, all kinds of cultivation methods. Just like the advertisement that Shining used to look for him in the sky previously, he only found out later that it was actually a magic array. Although it was also condensed from immortal chi, the effect was completely different. No wonder he didn't see any immortal pressure from that array at all. There were also many sects, schools, or training camps in this realm, all places to improve one's cultivation. It could be said that 100 flowers were blooming, good and bad mixed together. But the people here seemed to be used to it and didn't find it strange. Combined with what he saw before, the sales methods that were completely different from the immortal spirit plane, Lone Moon guessed that there might have been more than one invader in this world. Although he had long known that this plane might have long been pierced into a sieve, but seeing this sieve with his own eyes, he still felt shocked. So it's because of this that the God Fiend hid this world. I Ching frowned. Very likely. Lone Moon nodded. He should have gathered all those invaders in this world. That's why this place is so strange. The God Fiend separated it from the 3,000 realms, probably because he was afraid that these invaders would affect other realms. But the people here don't look like invaders to me. Indeed not, Lone Moon said. I just asked around. The knowledge they know outside the immortal cultivation world is all taught by their predecessors. The first people who knew about it are long dead. Which means that the invaders who were isolated from this world by the God Fiend have actually long disappeared. The people in this world now are all the descendants of those invaders. Was this a world transformed by a travel group? It should be so. That's impossible. I Ching shook his head. This world is isolated from the heavenly Tao, which means that the souls here can't enter samsara. Then where did the people here come from? They couldn't have appeared out of thin air, could they? I can't figure that out either. Lone Moon frowned. He indeed couldn't sense the aura of the river of forgetfulness in this world, which meant that this was a place where one could only enter but not exit. But the cultivators here were clearly not less than any other realm, so where did these people come from? Looks like we can only ask the God Fiend about this. Lone Moon nudged Shining beside him. Have you found any clues about that purple gas? Oh. Shining seemed to have just remembered the matter at hand. She took out that purple gas box. In the next instant, a tiny thread rushed towards the right side of everyone. In the south. That's north. Lone Moon frowned, gave Chef a look, then flew up on his sword and flew in that direction. Chapter 359. The 3 of them followed the purple thread. In order to take care of that tiny thread of purple chi, they flew slowly. From time to time, a few cultivators flew past them. They didn't know if it was an illusion, but the further north they flew, the more cultivators there were, and all of them seemed especially happy and excited. Some even greeted them in a friendly manner. They didn't care at first, until there were more and more people around them, and everyone who passed by looked at them weirdly. Lone Moon vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he didn't think too much about it because he was thinking about the purple chi. Until Shining, who was on I Ching's sword, suddenly said, it's gone. The two of them stopped, then realized that the thread in Shenying's hand suddenly broke, and not a single thread floated over. What's going on? If the aura didn't disappear, it should mean that we're already here. I Ching reminded. Only then did the three of them start to look around. Looking down, they saw a lake below them, and there seemed to be a small island in the lake. They could vaguely see that there were many people gathered on the island. All of them had smiles on their faces, as if they were discussing something. It was very lively. The three of them exchanged a look, then landed. Just as they were about to check if there was the same purple chi on the island, there was suddenly a silence. The island that was very lively just a moment ago was suddenly silent, and all the cultivators on the island suddenly looked towards them. Their eyes were full of shock and disbelief, and the way they looked at them became even weirder. Loneman's heart sank. Could it be that this island was some private property, and others couldn't step foot on it? But these people obviously didn't look like they were from the same sect, and there were no array formations or restrictions on this island. Why were they looking at him like that? Lone Moon was confused, but he habitually raised his business smile and greeted, "Greetings, fellow immortals." He was just about to ask about the situation when suddenly a cold snort came from the opposite side. Humph. It's so offensive, it's unsightly. A man in a long green robe suddenly swept a look at him and Chef, his face full of disgust, as if looking at them one more time would dirty his eyes. You've tarnished such a sacred place for no reason. With that said, he directly tied the red cloth in his hand to the branch at the side, pulled a female cultivator beside him and flew away. What was going on? Loneman's mouth twitched. He hadn't offended this cultivator, had he? All he did was greet him. Wasn't he talking to him alone? What did he do to provoke him? The moment the azure-clothed cultivator left, the silence from before was broken. The cultivators at the scene became lively again, but their voices were clearly much quieter. Although their gazes would occasionally glance in their direction, they would intentionally or unintentionally stay away from the three of them. There were even quite a few people who followed the azure-clothed cultivator away. After a moment, the originally crowded island became empty. The trio. Meow, meow, meow. Fellow immortal, don't worry about it. Suddenly, a cultivator in a blue robe stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder sympathetically. Those cultivators are obviously from Shuya City. They're used to being conservative, that's why they can't accept it. The two fellow immortals are already here, so there's no need to care about the opinions of others. As soon as these words were spoken, more people came forward and looked at them with sympathy. They all tried to persuade them one after another. Fellow immortal is right. The two of you deserve praise for your courage. Don't worry about those rumors, just treat each other with sincerity. Yes, nothing in this world is perfect. Even if there's no result, it's enough to show your sincerity. I also think that the two of you will be fine. That's right. Man proposes, God disposes. Perhaps there really will be a miracle. More and more people came forward. In an instant, the entire island was divided into two groups of people. One group looked distressed, as if they had just suffered a great injustice. The other group was full of disdain, as if taking another look would dirty their eyes. Wait. Lone Moon was confused. Why did it feel so strange? What were these people talking about? You. He was just about to ask. The blue-robed cultivator who first came to comfort him suddenly materialized a red ribbon and stuffed it into his hand with an enthusiastic expression. Come. Take it, fellow immortal, go ahead first. No matter what the result is, just take it as a token of our appreciation. With that said, he gave Lone Moon a push to the big tree in the middle of the island. Together with him was Chef, who looked equally confused and was also stuffed with a red ribbon. What was going on? Lone Moon and Chef exchanged a look. They looked at the ribbon in their hands, then looked at the people around them who were looking at them with encouraging eyes. Only then did they realize that the people standing here were a man and a woman, a pair. Suddenly, they had a bad feeling. Whoa! May I ask, what tree is this? The cultivator in blue behind them smiled and said even more kindly, "Fellow immortal, don't worry. You've come to the right place. If you don't believe me, look at the stone tablet at the side." Lone Moon turned to look. Indeed, there was a stone tablet under the tree. On it, a few golden words formed by immortal spells were shining, "Child-giving marriage tree." Lone Moon, Ching, the two of them stiffened, as if they had been petrified. They had the urge to stab their own eyes. Pray. Pray. Pray for children. Beg your sister Ah. So these people were looking at them strangely just now. Did they think they were here to pray for children? Him and Yi Ching. How did they know they were here to pray for children? And what the hell was with him and Chef? Even if you're a sieve, do you have to be so imaginative? How did they look like a couple? What's more, Shining was clearly standing beside Chef. No one would suspect that he and Chef were a couple, right? Are you guys blind? Wait. Chef, why did you suddenly retreat so far away? I'm straight. Master, I use my divine perception to check. There are no traces of purple chi here. Let's go look elsewhere. With that said, he carried Shining onto his sword and flew out. Lone Moon, a while later, "You two little rascals, come back." The surrounding couples, huh? What was going on? When did the woman on the sword come? Why was there another person in the relationship that was not allowed in the world? Triangle. In an instant, the fire of gossip on the island of marriage burned. What do we do now? Lone Moon, who had finally caught up with the two of them, sighed and turned to look at them. His mouth twitched. Chef, why are you hiding so far away? Air. I Ching subconsciously looked up at the sky. I'll say it again. I'm straight. Lone Moon resisted the urge to beat them up. Enough with the two of you. Let's talk business. Get over here. I'm just worried that you'll lead Master astray. Chapter 360. Only then did Yi Ching bring Shining closer. Lone Moon frowned and suppressed his anger. He said, "The clue to the purple gas is broken. If we want to find it, then it's not broken." Shining suddenly said. What? Lone Moon faltered. Shining suddenly handed over the box containing the purple gas. The thin line that extended from the box appeared again. But this time, it was pointing towards the west. Holy shit. When did it appear again? I don't know. Shining tilted her head. I just found it again. Lone Moon took the box from her and looked at it carefully. Never mind, let's look in the direction it's leading us. With that said, she flew in the direction of the purple light. I Ching hurriedly followed. Master, just I Ching was about to say a few words when he realized that Shining was looking in the direction of the fertility tree. She looked like she was thinking about something. Master. Master. Ha. Is there something wrong? Shining turned back. After thinking for a while, she said, Chef, don't you think that just now found it? Lone Moon suddenly stopped. He looked at the box in his hand and pointed downwards. It's down there. Indeed, the box containing the purple gas was emitting a faint purple light. It seemed like it was being led by something. The few of them landed directly. To their surprise, there was actually a dense forest below them. There were tall and strong trees everywhere, and it seemed that very few people set foot in it. As soon as they entered the forest, even the sunlight dimmed, and the surroundings became a little dark. The three of them were a little surprised. Previously, the purple gas was hidden in the Dharma artifacts that looked like accessories. Naturally, they also thought that other places with purple gas should be hidden in Dharma artifacts. But this forest did not look like a place to store Dharma artifacts. Lone Moon directly scanned the area with a spell but did not find anything. He frowned. Why is there no reaction? If there was nothing wrong with the purple gas, the thing should be here. The few of them looked around for a while. Father No, don't you think? I Ching suddenly pointed to the trees around them. The position of the trees around here is a little strange. Trees. It was then that Lone Moon noticed the tall trees around him. He looked around carefully and his eyes widened. This is an array formation. A trace of shock flashed in their eyes. Arrays had always required energy to be maintained. Spiritual chi, immortal chi, and devil chi were all fine. However, this formation was maintained by natural trees. The plants were rooted in the ground, and there were immortal veins flowing underground. More or less, the immortal veins would be absorbed into the plants. This formation relied on this to lay down a natural concealment formation. People would only think that there was an abundance of immortal energy here and would not notice that there was an array formation here. This was the first time they had seen such a technique, and they couldn't help but praise the creativity of the person who set up the array. Lone Moon walked towards one of the trees and sent a sliver of immortal chi over. He forcefully changed the direction of the array and broke it. Almost in the blink of an eye, the lush forest in front of them twisted, as if a green curtain had been lifted. The forest disappeared in an instant, and a majestic palace instantly appeared in front of the three of them. The surrounding immortal chi flourished, making one feel as though they were bathing in an immortal vein. There should be a historical site inside. Lone Moon looked at the palace that was wrapped in immortal chi and looked a little blurry. Let's go in and take a look. Be careful. With that said, he stepped in first, and I Ching followed. Shening was the last to enter. The moment she stepped in, she suddenly stopped in her tracks and turned back to look at the forest behind them. Master. I Ching saw that she had stopped and turned back to ask. Shen Ying's eyes darkened, and then she turned back to follow. It's nothing, let's go. In front of them was a path that looked like it was made of jade, winding towards the palace in front. It was not a long distance. But it was floating in the air step by step. The three of them walked up step by step. The path was not long, and in a short while, they arrived at a square. The square was huge, the kind that they could not see the end of. They directly flew over on their swords and arrived in front of the palace. They saw that there was a red horizontal board hanging high above the palace. On it were 3 words, Purple Night Palace. The words were bold and powerful, as though they contained some kind of nomological power. Lone Moon and I Ching could not help but frown, and after a glance, they did not look closely. Shening, on the other hand, looked up excitedly for a long while. Hey! The door to the palace was tightly shut. Lone Moon originally thought that there would at least be 1 or 2 arrays blocking the door. Unexpectedly, he only gave it a gentle push, and the door creaked open, and there was a series of echoes. The three of them walked into the palace and looked. Just like the outside, there was no one inside. The immortal chi was obviously as thick as the immortal world heavenly palace, but for some reason, it gave them a gloomy feeling. It seemed that this place had been abandoned for a long time. The strange thing was that there seemed to be no damage in the surroundings. It was unbelievably clean, but there was no sign of anyone. Quick, look in the middle. I Ching pointed to the place in the palace where the immortal chi was the thickest. Lone Moon turned to look, and there was a faint purple light coming from there. His heart tightened, and he hurried over. Indeed, in the middle of the palace, there was a white jade platform, on which a lamp was burning. But the lamp was not lit by a flame, but a wisp of smoke like purple chi. Found it. Lone Moon was delighted, and picked up the lamp. There is indeed purple, Father Nyo. Before he could finish, Ching's eyes widened, and he looked at him in shock. Put it down quickly. Ha! Lone Moon was stunned, and turned to look, only to see that the purple chi on the lamp had suddenly turned into a purple flame, spreading towards him at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it climbed up his arm, as though it was going to swallow him whole. He subconsciously wanted to let go, but he could not. His hand was completely numb. I Ching directly swept a beam of sword chi in the direction of his hand, and then the purple flame was forced back. With a clang, the lamp fell to the ground. And Lone Moon's entire sleeve was burnt, and a large wound appeared on his arm. His heart was instantly shocked. What sorcery was that just now? He actually did not feel anything at all. Before he could think carefully, the palace door suddenly closed with a loud bang. The array of the entire palace lit up, and in an instant, the originally slightly dark palace was illuminated by a white light. Suddenly, a beam of light fell from the sky, directly breaking a big hole in the palace. A man's voice suddenly sounded with some vicissitudes. You're finally here, manager. Chapter 361. A few figures suddenly appeared in the sky. A quick count showed that there were more than 10 of them. There were both men and women, all of them emanating immortal chi. They carried with them a threatening aura, even more powerful than the Celestial Emperor's cultivation. Lone Moon's heart sank. He scanned the people in the sky and realized that beside the man who had just spoken was the missing new Demon King. However, there was no demonic chi around him. Instead, he was filled with immortal chi. The strange thing was that their immortal chi was completely different from that of immortal cultivators. It seemed to be exceptionally thick. Lone Moon's mind flashed. He looked at that person and said, "You led us here on purpose." "That's right." That person snorted and turned to look at the 3 people below. His eyes were filled with deep hatred. That plane should have collapsed long ago. You should not exist at all. You should not have a manager. Lone Moon was shocked. They already knew Shen Ying's identity. Who are you people? We're here to end you. The person who spoke first answered. He did not seem to have any intention of explaining to them. His eyes turned cold. Don't worry. Once you die, we will personally send this entire plane on its way. With that said, he waved his hand and the people behind him rushed towards them with swords in hand. The array around them grew brighter. The blinding white light suddenly condensed into sharp blades that covered the sky and earth. A huge suppressive force instantly filled every corner. Even Lone Moon and I Ching felt their hearts stop. It was clearly just immortal chi, but it had a more terrifying suppressive force than god power. Lone Moon subconsciously conjured a seal to summon his immortal sword to defend himself. But he felt that all the immortal power in his body was gone. Not only did he not summon his immortal sword, he even lost contact with his intrinsic Dharma artifact. The immortal chi around him was so thick that it was unimaginable. Yet he could not use any of it. He could not even use any spells. It was as if all his cultivation was suddenly destroyed. He watched helplessly as a blade slashed across his body, leaving behind a trail of blood. He was shocked. But he saw that I Ching beside him was also confused. He could only barely use his sword to block the blades that were attacking him from all directions. What was going on? What array is this? Strange. You can't use your powers. As if sensing their confusion, the person in the sky laughed coldly. Haven't you noticed that this plane no longer belongs to you? The moment you entered the hall, we had already separated this place from your plane. In other words, you are no longer in your own territory. Even if you are a manager, you can't do anything to us. Leave the plane. Lone Moon was shocked. You're invaders. Humph. Invasion. He suddenly laughed coldly, but his tone was full of mockery. Even the eyes of the others instantly emitted a bone-deep hatred. So in your eyes, we're just invaders. His eyes instantly turned as cold as ice. Monstrous anger immediately surged out, and even his eyes were stained with the color of blood. He said word by word, even if we invade and destroy this world, you and the God Fiend owe us. Demon God. They were stunned. What did that bastard do this time? That person's expression became even more ferocious, and there were faint signs of madness. But he did not continue to explain. Instead, he shouted to his companions who were attacking him, "Capture that manager first." The few who were still fighting with Yi Qing immediately turned and flew in Shen Ying's direction. Master! Chef panicked. He wanted to turn and stop them, but it was already too late. What's more, his powers were useless here. There was no way he could rush over. He could only watch as more than 10 figures flew behind him at lightning speed and grabbed Shening, and Father Niu who was beside her. Yi Qing, Shening, meow meow meow. Lone Moon. Son of AB*TCH. In the next moment, Lone Moon had already been grabbed and brought to the side of the leader in the sky. A circle of spells directly lit up beside him, locking him in place. A purple light flashed between the hands of the person who spoke earlier. Immediately, a sharp blade burning with purple flames condensed. The flames were exactly the same as the one on the lamp just now. Since you're a manager, then die with the plane. With that said, he raised the sharp blade in his hand and chopped it down. Holy shit! Lone Moon's heart tightened. Subconsciously, he shouted, "Shening." Just as the purple flames were about to cut him, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and directly grabbed the purple sharp blade. The blade instantly stopped less than 4 fingers away from Lone Moon. It could not go any closer. A sigh came from the side. He's not a manager. Shening, who suddenly appeared in the sky, tilted her head and said, "I am." What? The person had not yet recovered from the shock of recognizing the wrong person. Shen Ying's hand that was holding the blade tightened. There was a crisp sound, and the blade condensed from purple flames instantly shattered. It turned into a fluorescent light and disappeared. That person was stunned. In the next moment, he only felt his vision blur. The world spun and his whole body was in intense pain. Shening picked up the leader with one hand. Like playing badminton, she raised the person in her hand and knocked down the figures around them one by one. Not a single one was left. Suddenly, there was a series of rumbling sounds in the hall. More than 10 figures fell like dumplings. Some smashed into the floor, some smashed into the walls, some smashed into the pillars. In an instant, there were several artistic human-shaped holes in the entire hall. In less than half a minute, the array formations in the hall all dimmed. The entire hall rumbled and collapsed completely. That's why reasoning and whatnot was really so troublesome. Shening sighed. Only then did she throw the racket in her hand. Ah pooey. It was the leader who threw it down. Father Niu, who was holding the racket, landed beside Chef. He grabbed the spell runes that trapped him and gently pulled them out of Lone Moon's body. So, this is a manager. The person who was thrown down struggled to raise his head. He looked at Shening with a very complicated expression. There seemed to be hatred and resentment, but also a trace of undetectable envy. He laughed coldly and said, "The power of a manager comes from the plane they manage. I clearly already isolated you from that plane, but you still, oh." Shening tilted her head and thought about it seriously before answering, "I can only say that you know nothing about managers. The corner of Loneman's mouth twitched. It wasn't that he knew nothing about managers. It was that he knew nothing about this person who had cheats. He and Chef were clearly suppressed, but you weren't. I can't accept this. The person's eyes were filled with even more hatred. Hatred rushed out like a broken dam. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The craziness in his eyes intensified. Why can such a despicable plane find a manager? Why can a despicable person like Godfiend's plane be completely stable? Why do we have to be robbed of our original power and banished to the outside world? We can't accept this. If we must be destroyed, your plane should be destroyed too. He seemed to use the last of his strength to shout at the three people. The three of them were stunned. Before they could understand what he meant, there was a flash of purple light in his hand. A familiar purple box appeared. Wasn't this the box that Shining used to seal the purple gas in? Lone Moon subconsciously touched his side. It was indeed gone. When did he snatch it? His heart sank. What are you trying to do? But it was too late. There was a flash of purple light in the other party's hand. Immediately, the purple gas in the box surged out wildly and drilled straight into the ground. Chapter 362. In the next moment, a purple crack spread out in all directions. In an instant, it covered the entire sky and earth. The world shook violently, and the rumbling sounds of collapse rang out incessantly. That purple light slowly faded, and even the sky seemed to be torn apart, with several cracks appearing. It was like the divine realm of the God Fiend, only the speed of collapse was faster. In just a few breaths' time, the entire place was in ruins. The chaotic energy that belonged to the void poured out from the crack in all directions. Everything withered in an instant. Life faded. You want to destroy this small world. Lone Moon's eyes widened in disbelief. This was clearly the collapse of the entire plane. Your plane should have collapsed a long time ago. The man's eyes became more and more crazed. He was filled with the determination to perish together with Lone Moon. Not just this plane. The other 3,000 worlds should not exist either. You're crazy. Lone Moon looked at the increasingly broken plane in front of him. Do you know how many living beings there are in this plane? And if you destroy this place, you'll die too. So what? He suddenly laughed maniacally. He turned to look at Shining. His eyes lit up with excitement. We should have died a long time ago. As long as we kill the manager, your entire plane will be buried with us. This man had gone crazy. This plane has already been completely cut off from the plane. As long as it is destroyed, even the manager cannot escape. Let them perish together with this plane. That's not for sure, Shining suddenly said. Shining suddenly spoke. She did not look anxious at all. She took out a box and tossed it out. It was a box that looked similar to the transparent cube from before. But this one was red. As soon as the box flew out, it instantly grew in size, covering the entire plane with an earth-shattering force. Wherever it passed through, the turbid gas that gushed in from the cracks faded away. Although there were still cracks everywhere, the entire interface seemed to have been paused. Not only did it collapse, but even time seemed to have stopped. Lone Moon's body relaxed. The pressure that had just appeared on him suddenly disappeared. He looked up at the sky. It was so big that he could not see it anymore. There was only a faint layer of red light left. Yet, it was as if it spanned across the sky. This. What? Where did you get so many boxes? Isolator. After thinking for a while, she added, in the past, when my sister was angry, she locked me in a little red room. Ah. So, it was Shinjing's work again. However, this little red house was a little too big. It had already enclosed a small world. What did you do? The person who was laughing maniacally on the ground a moment ago looked around in disbelief. This small world had clearly cracked open, so why did it stop? Were managers really that powerful? Even if this small world had already left the plane, she could still easily stop it from collapsing. Shining did not intend to answer him. She walked over and pulled him out of the pit. She said seriously, "We are reasonable. You can tell me your story now." That person was taken aback. Before he could react, a voice came from the other side. "Let go of the primordial chaos, sage." At some point in time, a person climbed out of the pit. It was a familiar person. It was the fake demon king who stole the dowry last time. Perhaps because Shining had knocked him a little too hard, he could still force himself to stand up. He glared at Shining angrily and threatened in a low voice. As he spoke, he suddenly turned his hand. Instantly, a purple light flashed and a familiar figure appeared beside him. His entire body was tied up like a dumpling by chains of purple chi. His face was pale and he could not move. His aura was also much weaker. The dumpling looked up and his eyes lit up. He called out, "Boss." It was the god fiend who had been missing for a long time. Indeed, he had been captured by these people. The fake demon king conjured an immortal sword and placed it against the god fiend's neck. Once again, he shouted, "Let go of primordial chaos. Otherwise, I will kill him." The three of them were stunned. They exchanged a look and then replied in unison, "All right." 3. The fake demon king, the god fiend, what? Kill him, kill him. There's no use in it anyway. That's right. This fellow only knows how to cause trouble. I've wanted to beat him up for a long time. As you wish. Hurry up and do it. The god fiend's heart ached. After all, he had been calling her boss for so many days. Was he really so unimportant? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Master, it's almost time for dinner. I Ching calculated and stepped forward to remind Shining. Oh. Shining nodded. She looked around at the mess and said, "It's too dirty here. Let's go back and eat." With that said, she reached out a finger and drew a line in the air. The air twisted and a passage opened up. Plain, passage. The person who was still being held opened his eyes wide in shock. How is this possible? He had clearly completely cut off the plane connection with this small world. What's more, half of it had already collapsed. By right, he should have returned to the chaos. How was it that she could easily open a plane and teleport back? Lone Moon glanced at him and said, "Just get used to it." There was no need to talk about logic in front of a cheat. Seeing that the few of them were leaving just like that, the man who was holding the god fiend looked confused. "Wait, are you really not going to save the god fiend?" Shining suddenly thought of something. She stopped in her tracks and turned to look at them. "Oh yes, you haven't eaten either, have you? Let's eat together." With that said, the man felt a suction force coming from behind him. A white light flashed before his eyes. The next moment, he was standing in a starry sky. Not far from the ground, there were more than 10 people who had been smashed into the ground by Shining. They had not woken up yet. There were also light balls of various sizes surrounding them. One of them was especially obvious. It was contained in a translucent red box. Inside it, there were scattered pieces. It was the small world they were in just now. "Master, please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon." I Ching habitually conjured a table, chair, bowls and chopsticks. Then, he took out the remaining roasted dragon meat. With a flash of sword light, he cut it into pieces and placed them on the table. Master, if you're hungry, eat this first. All right. Shining nodded. She threw the man in her hands onto the chair beside her. She picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into her mouth. Because it was sealed with sorcery, it was still hot. Delicious. Chef then turned and disappeared under the starry sky. He headed toward the newly built grassy kitchen in the divine realm. Shining ate half a bowl of roasted meat before she thought of something. She glanced at the man beside her. Do you want to eat? Only by eating can one have the strength to reason. Hong Meng was stunned. For a moment, he could not figure out what she meant. Why did she start to eat in the middle of a fight? But it was not convenient for him to ask. In addition, his injuries were too serious. He could only look at her without moving. Instead, the god fiend, who was still tied up, let out a pitiful cry. Boss. Have you forgotten about this baby? Chapter 363. Shining looked up at him, then turned to look at Lone Moon at the side. Father Nyo, help him. I'm not free. The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched, then he turned and walked over there. The fake demon king who was still holding onto the person tensed up, and after a while, he lowered his hand as if he had given up. They had already returned to the boundary of the plane, and the assistant power that belonged to Lone Moon naturally returned as well. They had no power to resist at all. Lone Moon grabbed lightly, and the purple aura that trapped the god fiend disappeared instantly. Then he walked over with a person in each hand. In the next moment, the few people who were originally fighting to the death were already sitting together at the same table and eating dinner. To be more accurate, Shining was eating alone. Lone Moon rolled his eyes, Hong Meng and the fake demon king looked on in bewilderment, while the god fiend could only stand. There were more than 10 unconscious people lying on the ground. For a moment, in the entire divine realm, there was only the sound of Shining eating, and the footsteps of chef who went in and out to serve food from time to time. Just like that, the few of them sat at the table and watched Shining finish her meal without saying a word. Their minds were blank, and they even felt a little hungry. Only when all the dishes on the table disappeared, did a certain someone let out a loud burp, and then stopped. Chef at the side had already cleaned up the table quickly, and replaced it with fruits and tea. After thinking for a while, he conjured a seal to turn the square table in the middle into a round table, and added a chair for himself beside Shining to sit down, and even kindly handed a stool to the god fiend who had been standing at the side. The corner of the god fiend's mouth twitched, and he sat down with a frown. Instantly, he was much shorter than everyone else, most of his body had shrunk under the table, and only his bitter head could be seen on the table. The god fiend. I Ching did this on purpose, right? It was definitely true. We can begin. Shining nibbled on the fruit in her hand, and said casually, Tell me, those indescribable things between you and the god fiend? I Ching, Lone Moon, the god fiend, although he did have an irreconcilable grudge with these people, why did he feel that boss's question was a little strange? The other two snorted coldly and looked at them with disdain. After a while, the one called Hong Meng said, As a manager, you should know about the grudges between us. I'm not sure. Shining tilted her head. Tell me. You. The other party seemed to be even angrier than before. If you want to kill us, just kill us. What are you trying to do with us with your gorilla attitude? After he finished speaking, he glared at them as if his eyes were about to burst into flames. He took a few deep breaths before he managed to restrain himself. He turned his head and didn't say another word, as if it was beneath him to say another word. The corner of Xin Ying's mouth twitched. Were they going to enter the plot of, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen, I don't want to listen? Whether you believe it or not, we've only just taken over this plane. Lone Moon, who was at the side, couldn't stand it anymore. He took the initiative to take over the conversation. We really don't know much about your matters. You can choose not to say, but... His gaze turned cold. If you miss this chance, even if you want to say it, you won't have another chance. My master is only giving you a chance to explain. I Ching's expression turned cold as he said, as for the rest, you don't even have the strength to resist. You speak as if you can beat master, little bitches. The two opposite them paled instantly, and their eyes began to waver. Boss. The god fiend at the side, however, lowered his expression and said weakly, actually, we did come from another plane. Before he finished speaking, Hong Meng seemed to have suddenly thought things through. His eyes were still filled with resentment, but he was much calmer than before. He glared at the god fiend who was almost hiding under the table. But, we did not invade this plane of our own accord. You god fiend, invited us here. What? The three of them were shocked, but Hong Meng laughed coldly and closed his eyes. His entire person exuded an aura of vicissitudes and despair. He turned to look at Shining, his eyes filled with that kind of indecipherable emotion. After a long while, he said everything in a low voice. And so they heard a story that was completely unexpected. These people indeed came from another plane, and it was an immortal spirit plane that was extremely similar to this world. Different from this plane which only had 3 great ancient gods, there were 13 saints at the beginning of creation on their side, which were the dozen or so who besieged them previously. Similar to this world, there was also no manager over there. As time passed, the plane without a manager became weaker and weaker, showing signs of collapse. Just when they were completely at their wits' end, and were wandering around the various planes looking for a scapegoat, Apui, looking for a manager, when they came to their plane, they then found out that there was a place that shared the same fate as them. After that, both sides also interacted with each other. At that time, both worlds were on the brink of collapse. Relying on the power of one side alone, there was no way to stop the collapse of the plane. Both sides discussed and thought of a way to stay together. Both sides agreed to face the crisis of the plane together, gather the power of both planes, and stabilize the situation one by one. As the situation on the God-Fiend side was more serious, they decided to start from here. So the God-Fiend who stayed behind opened the plane door and invited the few of them over. Together, everyone spent a lot of time to repair this plane and put in all their effort. They even thought of the idea of dividing the plane into 3,000 small worlds, to temporarily delay the total collapse of the plane. It was also from then on that this world had the 3 realms of heaven, earth and human. It also gave the living beings of this world the direction to cross the small worlds, which was the cultivation method later on. The reason why they had immortal chi on them, but it was obviously different from the immortal world, was because the original immortal cultivation method originated from them. It was just that the plane of cultivation was different, and there were differences. After many years of hard work, things finally developed in a good direction. The hard work and cooperation of both sides bore fruit, and this plane was pulled back from the brink of collapse. Although it was still unstable, it was not as weak as before. Even the plane cracks left by the 3,000 worlds were temporarily repaired. As long as a manager appeared within the time limit, this plane could be completely stabilized. But just when they were all happy for this plane and sighed in relief, they were met with a huge blow. Their own plane had collapsed, due to the fact that the plane was extremely fragile. To prevent accidents, when they repaired this world, they did not frequently cross over to other planes. They did not even go back to check on the situation there. By the time they found out, it was already too late. Their original plane had completely turned into nothingness, and all the living beings were wiped out. After putting in so much effort to repair other planes, in the end, they received the grievous news that their own plane had completely disappeared. No one could accept that. So, the original cooperative relationship of helping each other was completely shattered. The remaining 13 sages developed a monstrous hatred for the entire plane. And the last straw that broke the camel's back was the betrayal of the god fiend. Chapter 364. Our biggest mistake was to trust you, you despicable person. Hong Meng's eyes were filled with that bone-deep hatred again. He glared at the god fiend, who was almost hiding under the table. We did everything we could to help you. Your plane stabilized, but our world turned into nothingness. Yet he took the opportunity to steal our original purple chi and banished us to the outer realm. Shouldn't we take revenge for such a deep grudge? Every single word he spoke was filled with blood, and every single word he spoke carried a bellyful of rage and the grief and indignation of helplessness towards the collapse of his homeland. It was like his final lament. His whole body tensed up, as if he was going to break in the next moment. Everyone at the table fell silent. Even Lone Moon, who had always been eloquent, did not know what to say. He had never thought that the truth would be like this. So this plane was actually built with their help. And because of this, it indirectly caused the collapse of the other party's world. No one would be able to accept such a thing. He suddenly understood why these people had looked at them with such complicated emotions. That hatred was probably not towards them, but towards the god fiend, this world, and even towards themselves for not discovering the problem with their plane in time. He had to say, with all this on their backs, it was already very strong that they did not go crazy. And what he did not expect was that the god fiend, the three of them turned to look at the person beside them. The god fiend's eyes darkened. He looked at Hong Meng, and after a while, he opened his mouth and said, Hong Meng, what happened back then was not like what you think. Ha, you're still quibbling. Hong Meng's eyes became even redder. Without a doubt, if Shining was not here, he would have rushed over and turned the god fiend into ashes. Who was it that stole our original purple chi? Who was it that banished us to the outer realm forever? And who was it that created the demonic world just to use demonic chi to lock us in there forever? I. The god fiend's eyes were filled with guilt. He seemed to want to say something, but he moved his mouth and finally did not speak. We only hate the unfairness of the great Tao. I can't believe that a despicable person like you could find a manager in this plane. He took a deep breath, as if he was desperately trying to suppress the anger in his heart. In the next moment, he seemed to have lost his last bit of strength. His whole body was emitting a faint death chi. He looked up at Shining and said after a while, we really want to kill you and drag the entire plane down with us. But we are not as skilled as you. Perhaps we should have disappeared with our own plane long ago. You really did these things. Lone Moon turned to look at the god fiend in disbelief. God Fiend's expression changed and something flashed in his eyes. After a while, he nodded expressionlessly. Yes. You. Lone Moon wanted to beat him up on his behalf. Although she knew that he was trash, she didn't expect him to be trash to this extent. After making full use of the other party, he even seized the other party's source of energy and locked him up. You shouldn't burn the bridge after crossing it like this. Should he be thankful that he only kicked them back to their original plane and not killed them directly? I am the god of creation. For the sake of this plane, any means are worth it. He said word by word, as if he had no regrets at all. Lone Moon's eyes widened. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen someone so shameless. Without what happened back then, there would not be the three realms today. He stood up slowly. His original kind expression changed to one of coldness. The original source purple gas can help me stabilize this plane. Why shouldn't I use it? Damn. You really are AF** king scum. In the situation back then, I had no choice but to do so. He glanced at Hong Meng and the other man. My existence has always been to protect this world. As for the matters of other planes, it has nothing to do with me. You. The two opposite him stood up in anger. Your plane has already returned to chaos. Whatever you do is futile. Why drag this side down with you? God fiend. Lone Moon could not bear to listen anymore. Hong Meng threw a punch at him. Just as it was about to hit the god fiend's face, Shining suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. She turned and said lazily, "Why don't I return the plane to you on his behalf?" I Ching, Lone Moon, Hong Meng, the god fiend, what? Everyone was silent for a moment. Hong Meng especially widened his eyes. His eyes, which were originally full of death chi, shone faintly. As if afraid of startling something, he lowered his voice and said, What do you mean?" "I mean exactly what I said." Shining scratched her head, looking annoyed. "Although creating a plane is a little troublesome, didn't you help us before? We have to return a gift or something." Sigh, they had to work right after eating. It was so tiring. The god fiend's eyes widened even more. A hint of joy flashed across his face, but it immediately dimmed. "Don't joke around. Our plane has already returned to chaos. Don't tell me you can split the chaos again." Before Shining could answer, the three people behind her reacted and spoke first. "Lone Moon, she can really do that." I Ching, definitely. God Fiend, of course. Lone Moon even went forward to pat him on the shoulder and gave him an unreadable look. Hong Meng, the fake Demon King, it can't be. So managers are actually this awesome. A while later, Can you really return our plane to us? The fake Demon King could not help but step forward and ask excitedly. Shining was just about to nod. What's the use even if the plane can be rebuilt? Hong Meng laughed bitterly. The light that had just lit up in his eyes dimmed again. He looked even more hopeless. The millions of living beings in our world have already turned into nothingness. What's the point of rebuilding a land of death? The fake Demon King's expression darkened. The hope in his eyes disappeared instantly. We can't come back anymore, what if we can? Shining suddenly spoke. What? The two of them stiffened. Shining pointed directly at the sky. Starlight flashed around them. In an instant, the small world that was wrapped in a red cube box flew in front of everyone. You've been here for so long. Didn't you notice anything wrong? Everyone was stunned. Even Lone Moon and I Ching looked over with doubt. Shining sighed and directly enlarged the ball of light in front of her. She pointed to a fragment in the center and said, "That's yours, right?" The few of them were stunned. They looked carefully at the direction she was pointing at. The whole small world had actually been broken into millions of pieces. And the point that Shining pointed at seemed to be a lake. The lake water was so clear that the bottom could be seen. There was a small island in the center with a big tree full of red stripes. It looked a little familiar. Isn't this the fertility tree? Lone Moon was shocked. He remembered what happened before and directly blurted out, this kind of feudal superstitious legend. What's so strange about? Before he finished speaking, Chef directly interrupted him. Under the tree. Chapter 365. Lone Moon was stunned. He looked down and saw that under the tree, he could faintly see a purple glow. Tens of thousands of thin lines directly led downwards, and at the bottom of the tree roots, there was a purple spring-like thing that was faintly glowing. Original source purple chi. Meng Hong exclaimed. Why is our original source purple chi? No, that's not right. This is not original source purple chi. The original purple chi was the source of their power. It was formed at the beginning of their plane's birth. It was the purest power, but it was only a faint wisp of purple chi. But here, there was a purple spring. The aura was the same as the purple chi, but it was much thicker than theirs. What exactly was this? Everyone turned to look at the god fiend. The god fiend paused. After a while, he nodded. I did hide your original source purple chi in this outer realm. After all, the most dangerous place is the safest. Hong Yu clenched his fists. He was even angrier. No wonder they could not find the original source purple chi after so much effort to escape from the outer realm. It was hidden right under their noses. But the god fiend looked at the purple spring under the tree. I don't know why it became like this. Chef. Lone Moon nudged Yi Qing. Don't you think this spring water is a bit like the spring of life from last time? Yi Qing reacted. He immediately understood what Shining meant. No wonder it was a child-wishing tree. What spring of life? Hong Meng paused. Lone Moon exchanged a look with Yi Qing. Then, he explained, this outer realm was originally sealed outside the 3,000 worlds. Even the river of forgetfulness does not flow through here. Logically speaking, there should not be any living beings here. But this place is filled with cultivators. They can even cultivate immortal power. Have you ever thought of the reason? Hong Meng and Yi Qing were stunned. You mean, they came from this purple spring? That should be the case. Lone Moon nodded. That was why the locals thought that the tree on the purple spring was a child-wishing tree. This might not be a superstition. This tree could really have children. Just like the spring of life in the other world, there were endless demon beasts crawling out. The life in this small world came from this purple spring. But what does this have to do with our plane? Hong Meng still did not understand. This purple spring is formed by the condensation of your original purple chi. It comes from your plane, and there is no river of forgetfulness soul fairy below. Without a soul, the light that could give birth to life would be like those demonic beasts that did not have spiritual intelligence. However, this world was different. The bottom of the spring can only connect to nothingness, and in the nothingness, the purple spring can only capture similar auras. You mean to say? The two of them widened their eyes in disbelief. Their bodies were so tense that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Yi Qing then said word by word, everyone who is born in the outer realm comes from your original plane. The two of them immediately felt their legs go soft, and they directly sat down. Ecstasy instantly spread across their faces. The people in that small world were all from their own world. They came from the same place as them. They actually had more than 13 people left. And as long as that purple spring was around, their plane would one day completely return to them. The two's eyes faintly welled up with tears. Their hearts that had been cold in despair for many years suddenly seemed to be lit up with a ball of fire. They finally came back to life. Thinking of what happened before, they could not help but feel lucky. Luckily they did not destroy that small world for revenge. Luckily someone stopped them. The two of them exchanged a look. Suddenly, they stood up and retreated to one side. They bowed to Shining and the others seriously. Thank you. They seemed to want to say something, but after a while, they could not make a sound. They did not know what to say. You can thank me later. Go in and take out the purple spring. Lone Moon pushed Shining. You have to let it return to your original plane. Shining directly waved her hand and opened a passage to that half-collapsed small world. Okay. The two of them nodded. Then, with a face full of excitement and even a little unsteady on their feet, they quickly walked inside and disappeared without a trace in a moment. Shining then turned to look at a certain person beside her. Now, can you tell me the truth? The god fiend stiffened. He looked at her with some surprise. After a while, his whole body relaxed, as if he had finally removed some disguise. He bent down and smiled at her. You're indeed boss. I can't hide anything from you. What do you mean? Lone Moon was stunned. Could it be that there's some trap in this plane that you haven't told me? No, no. The god fiend hurriedly shook his hand. I promise there's really no more. How would I dare? He smiled even more brightly, but his body swayed. His whole body seemed to be unable to support himself and he fell down. I Ching reached out to help him, but he still sat directly on the ground. Even his body was emitting a faint light, as if he was going to disappear in the next moment. Holy shit, what's wrong with you? Lone Moon was shocked. He subconsciously conjured a seal, but it was completely useless. The god power in his body was dissipating. If this continued, he would die. How did this happen? Did Hong Meng and the others hurt you? No. The god fiend shook his head. He did not care at all. It was as if he was not welcoming death, but rebirth. It's just that time is up. He smiled even more happily. It was different from the polite fake smile in the past. Now it was a genuine smile. I was going to leave long ago. But if I didn't solve their problem, I would always be a little worried. Fortunately, we have the best manager. Shen Ying's eyes darkened. She directly squatted down beside him and glanced at him. Why didn't you tell the truth? Why did you purposely make people hate you? I had no other way. He shook his head. They don't belong to this world in the first place. If I didn't isolate them in the outer realm, they would definitely be repelled by the plane after a long time. Then they would really disappear completely. That was why they made that small world cut off the plane connection. Then what about the purple gas? If isolating people in the outer realm was to avoid being repelled by the plane, what was the point of taking away their power? I heard Kai Tian say that all living beings originate from the plane source, he said softly. Their power is also the plane source, so I wanted to take a gamble on their behalf. The facts have proven that I won the gamble. After so many years, the purple gas finally turned into the purple spring. Lone Moon frowned. He suddenly could not understand the god fiend. In other words, everything he did was actually to help those people. Then why didn't you tell them directly? Because they won't be able to live. The god fiend was still smiling. They are like me. They were born for their own plane. If they knew that their plane was gone, I would probably go crazy. If hating me can let them live, isn't that good? At the end of the day, I am the one who owes them. So you're deliberately looking for trouble? She tilted her head. Ha 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 ha. He laughed out loud. I'm waiting for you, boss. I can't return the plane to them, but the manager can. They are all good people. If they disappeared just like that, it would be such a pity. Chapter 366. The three of them fell silent. They did not know what to say. As the ancient god of creation of this world, he had indeed done his best. Shen Jing had said before that they were the remnants of a turbid consciousness. One day, they would disappear. And now, it was time for him to disappear. Shening, is there no way for him to reload? Lone Moon could not help but ask. Shening did not speak. But the god fiend shook his head. There's no need. I'm just tired. It's time to rest. What other wishes do you have? Shening asked. He smiled. After a while, he said, Boss, if possible, can you forgive Shorty? She's different from me. She's the spirit of the river of forgetfulness. As long as the river of forgetfulness exists, she will not disappear. I forced her to do what she did the last time. Out of the three of us, she's the only one left. If you ignore her, she'll be too lonely. All right. He smiled even more happily. The smile on his lips did not disappear. "Thank you, boss." With that, his body completely disappeared in front of the three of them. He turned into thousands of sparkles and scattered. They were like the light spots of the 3,000 worlds around them. Xinying's eyes darkened. She could not help but reach out her hand. Immediately, the surrounding light spots gathered in her palm. In a short while, they formed a ball of light and landed on her hand. The next moment, the air twisted. Mengpa suddenly appeared in the divine realm. She had rushed over and was still panting. As if she had already sensed something, she looked at the three of them in a daze. "Sect Master," Xining handed the ball of light over. "Send him on his last journey." Mengpa was stunned. She looked at the soul in Xinying's hand. After a while, she received it with trembling hands. She held it carefully with both hands. After a while, she said, "All right." Although she knew that this day would come sooner or later, she did not expect it to be so soon. Among the three of them, he was the one who wanted to find a manager the most. She turned and was about to return to the underworld when Xining suddenly said, "Oh yes, after sending him off, go back to Invincible Sect. Roasted chicken gal misses you." She stiffened. Her eyes were faintly wet. After a while, she nodded. "Yes." Then, she disappeared from the divine realm. The three of them looked in the direction that Shorty disappeared in. "Xining." Only then did Lone Moon ask, "That soul is?" The three ancient gods were remnants of turbid consciousnesses. By right, they could not be reincarnated. If they disappeared, they would disappear forever. "I used the last of his aura to transform his soul," Xining explained. Lone Moon nodded and sighed. Ever since the birth of the demon god, he had been working hard for this plane. Now that he could finally rest and have the chance to reincarnate as an ordinary person, that was probably what he wanted. He once again looked in the direction where Mengpa had disappeared. However, even if she had reincarnated, the god fiend was no longer the same god fiend. Hong Meng's speed was very fast, perhaps because he could return to the dimension. In less than an hour, he returned from the small world with an excited look on his face. His hands were still carefully holding Wang Zichuan's manager. "We're done." The way he looked at Xining had long lost the bone-deep hatred in his eyes. It was filled with reverence and excitement. "Oh." Xining nodded. "What should we do next?" Xining thought about it, but did not answer. Lone Moon answered, "Let's wake the people on the ground first." With that said, he pointed to the 11 people on the ground who had not woken up and gave I Ching a look. I Ching nodded. The two of them walked towards those people, one on the left and one on the right. Hong Meng was stunned. Only then did he remember that those people on the ground were his own people. He hurried over to help. Yes, yes, yes. Those people were beaten by Xining. Naturally, their injuries were more serious. But Lone Moon and I Ching were assistants after all. What's more, they were in this plane. They helped to regulate their breathing. Those people finally woke up. It was just that they might not be able to use sorcery for a year and a half. Lone Moon saw that most of them had woken up. Hong Meng also explained to them one by one. Then, he nudged a certain person who was chewing on her fruit. "You can begin." "Oh." Xining then stood up lazily. How troublesome. She directly brought up a light screen and operated it. Instantly, an array formation appeared on the ground. Xining gestured for Hong Meng to stand on it. In the next moment, a data frame popped up beside her. It was filled with the other party's data. Xining looked through it carefully. Then, she nodded. "It's done." She located the other party's original plane position. Then, she raised her hand and drew a line in the air. Immediately, a plain passage appeared in front of everyone. But different from the previous white passage, this plain passage was black. There were also waves of unfamiliar aura coming from it. "Let's go." Shining waved her hand and walked in first. Everyone was delighted. Without thinking much, they hurried to follow her. Loneman's heart tightened. For some reason, he had a bad premonition. Reflexively, he set up a few layers of defense arrays for himself. Then, he walked in. Everyone felt their eyes darken. In the next moment, they were in a dark and empty place. There was nothing around them, including the ground. The few of them were not prepared. The sudden weightlessness caused them to crash into a pile. Their injuries that had just healed split open again. From time to time, they let out a series of cries of pain. More importantly, there was a lot of turbulence in the void. It directly surged towards them. When the few of them wanted to defend themselves, they were held back by their companions beside them. They could not even stand up. The scene was instantly chaotic. It was as embarrassing as one could imagine. Except for Shining and her disciple who came in first, and Lone Moon who was the last. "Ah, I forgot that your plane has already turned into nothingness." Shining, who was not at all affected by the turbulence, scratched her head innocently. Lone Moon, who had set up a defense array in advance, pursed his lips. Indeed, after being tricked so many times, he gained experience. He turned to look at the pile of people on the ground. His eyes darkened, but he still did not say anything. Shining was obviously doing this on purpose. That god-fiend was unwilling to tell the truth even until his death. He probably did not intend to tell them at all. They could only respect his wishes. But, he was still angry. No, it was our inconsiderate thinking. Hong Meng did not think much about it. After some effort, the few of them who had fallen into a pile separated. They all took out their defensive Dharma artifacts to block the turbulence from all directions. "Oh, then I'm going." Shining turned and handed the box containing the small world to Father Nyo. She took 2 steps forward and took a deep breath. Then, she punched downwards. The few of them heard a cracking sound. A white crack appeared in the originally pitch-black land of nothingness. It was as if the void had been smashed into pieces. The crack was very small. It was only about a meter wide. But it was especially obvious. Shining dusted her hands and stood up. Then, she stepped onto the crack. Everyone could only hear a series of crisp cracking sounds. With every step she took, the crack became even wider. It was like a long wriggling snake, following her feet and extending into the distance. The surroundings of the crack also extended in all directions like a spider web. The originally empty land was like a curtain being pulled back. There was an earth-shattering change. In the originally chaotic land, clear chi began to rise and turbid chi began to sink. Substance slowly appeared under everyone's feet. Heaven and earth began to form. Chapter 367. Everyone fell silent, looking at this unbelievable scene in front of them. Even Lone Moon and Yi Qing were stunned. Although they already knew that Shining was a cheat, they were still shocked to see her actually splitting open the void and splitting open the sky and earth. This was different from splitting open a small world, this was an entire plane. He suddenly recalled that when Shinjing objected to her taking over the plane, she said that she completely had the ability to open a new plane. Now it seemed that it was indeed true. Was this the manager who surpassed the existence of the plane? For a moment, everyone was immersed in boundless shock. Until, so hungry. Shining suddenly stopped and turned to look at the few people behind her. "Father Nyo, why don't I have a midnight snack first?" "Get lost." The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched, instantly his excited and shocked expression burst like a bubble. You freaking just walked 50 meters. I Ching, Hong Meng, everyone, she was indeed that foodie. Shining walked for a whole 8 hours before she completely split open the heaven and earth. Halfway through, she once requested to go on strike for more food. Fortunately, Chef had stock in his storage bag and kept serving tea and fruits beside her. Only then did a certain lazy person persist. It was clearly a shocking feat of splitting open the plane, but it made her feel like she was running a marathon. Now that the entire plane was basically formed, she no longer needed to continue walking along that opening crack. That crack would continue to spread and separate the heaven and earth. Until the new plane was completely formed. She also completely merged the broken small world with this plane. After all, the living beings in that small world originally belonged to this plane. As for that purple spring, Hong Meng also chose to let it merge into the plane. In this way, the living beings of the plane could reproduce and live no matter where they were. One day, the living beings of the plane that were originally swallowed by the void could all return here. Hong Meng looked at the reborn plane in front of her, full of excitement. After returning here, the feeling of being pulled in her body completely disappeared. Her heart that had always been wandering suddenly had a sense of belonging. Even if there was nothing here now, just a bare world, but this was their home. Thank you. Hong Meng's eyes were filled with tears. He turned toward Shining and bowed down. Thank you, manager of the alternate world. The others followed suit and knelt down, their eyes filled with the same excitement. Oh. Shining waved her hand. It's nothing. You should be thanking me. Everyone, he really wasn't polite at all. Straight-faced Lone Moon coughed and stepped forward. Your plane has just been reborn. Apart from a barren land, there is nothing else. They were immortals, but the immortal chi of this world had yet to be born. If you want to restore the plane to its former state, you'll have to rely on yourselves. We won't interfere. Yes, we know. Hong Meng nodded excitedly. Never in their wildest dreams did they imagine that they could return to this place. This was already very good. Also, the world of the outer realm has already merged with this plane. Lone Moon frowned and continued to explain, although they originally belonged to this plane, they were after all too deeply affected by the previous invaders. What's more, the plane has changed and the immortal chi has suddenly disappeared. They will probably cause some trouble. You have to be prepared. Hong Meng's expression darkened. He nodded. Those people had always lived in the outer realm and did not know that the plane had changed. Thank you for the reminder, fellow Taoist Lone Moon. We'll remember it. Lone Moon turned to look at the barren surroundings. After all, this was their plane. Helping them rebuild it was considered repaying their previous favor. It was not convenient for them to interfere with other matters. Now that we've returned the plane to you, we'll go back first. Hong Meng was stunned. The corner of his mouth moved. He exchanged a look with the others, as if he did not know what to say. His eyes were no longer as gloomy as before. Other than sincere gratitude towards them, his eyes were filled with anticipation for the new plane. It was so bright that it was dazzling. Finally, the few of them bowed deeply towards them again. Thank you, the three of you, for the grace of rebirth. Lone Moon sighed. He did not stay any longer and directly returned to Invincible Sect with Shining and Chef. When they arrived, they realized that the sky was already bright. They had been very busy these few days. Shining directly fell asleep on the bed. The sound of her snoring could even be heard outside the house. Chef was afraid that they would disturb and wake Shining up. He directly meditated outside the house. Thinking of a certain someone's bad temper when she woke up, Lone Moon did not try to persuade her. He directly turned to find Yu Hong. Previously, it was about Little Black. Now it was about the plane. They had been busy non-stop. Now they finally had time to re-understand the situation of Invincible Sect. After all, they had left for 3,000 years. In addition, it was Lan Hua, that child of wealth, who was in charge. It was time to check the accounts. He turned and flew in the direction of the main hall. He vaguely felt as if he had forgotten something, but could not recall it at the moment. Forget it, it was not important. At this time in the divine realm, a certain radish finally woke up. Looking at the empty starry sky. Motherf ***. Ever since Hong Meng and the others left, the entire plane had completely stabilized. The plane alarm had not sounded for a long time. Shining finally lived a blissful life of idling and waiting. Apart from occasionally being arranged by Father Nyo to water the radish, there were no other tasks. Radish was only brought back from the divine realm after Lone Moon checked the accounts. These years, the output of immortal herbs in the sect was far from the expected requirements. It was obvious that a certain plant was slow in production. But what was gratifying was that the financial situation of the sect was not as serious as Lone Moon imagined. According to the character of a certain child of wealth, 3,000 years had passed. It was already very good that the sect was not so poor that it pawned the heavenly palace. He did not expect the situation to be the opposite. Not only did the sect's income not decrease, but there was even a small increase year by year. It was practically a miracle. Boss Lon, what did you do? He could not help but ask. Lan Hua was stunned. He directly rolled his eyes. How would I know? Aren't the matters of the sect handled by Yu Hong and the rest these years? Then I paid the rent. Lan Hua immediately raised his claws. His expression said, don't try to accuse me. If you don't believe me, ask Yu Hong. Lone Moon. Speaking of which, did he misunderstand something? All these years, he had always been a tenant in the sect. And the kind that needed to work for free. Did you forget that you also have the cultivation of a demon king? Lone Moon silently closed the account book. He decided to continue this beautiful misunderstanding. From next month onwards, the rent will be increased. Lan Hua. Is he even human? Lone Moon walked out of the main hall in a good mood. He had to say that Yu Hong did well. His teaching for so many years was not in vain. Although none of the disciples in the sect had become sword cultivators. But they could be considered to have received all his teachings. For all, he decided to give Yu Hong a big red packet. After all, she was going to marry Little Black soon. The gift money must not be small. Chapter 368. Yu Hong and Xiao He were about to get married. After the incident with Hong Meng, both of them realized their feelings for each other. Hence, Yu Hong relented and agreed to Xiao He's request. After confirming with both parties, Lone Moon decided to hold a dual cultivation ceremony for the two of them. When the news of their marriage spread out, people from all over the 10 Directions continent came to congratulate them. He didn't know if it was because the immortals and demons had been living in harmony for thousands of years, or if Black had been too high profile in his pursuit. Not only did it not cause any trouble, but many people also had a look on their faces. The two of them finally stopped messing around with each other. It could be said that they were celebrating together. Of course, except for the 10 sky fiends of the demon realm. Originally, they should have been the happiest when their demon king was no longer single. After all, they were the ones who had witnessed Xiao He's many years of heartbreaking pursuit. But they didn't expect that when Little Black took off his clothes, he took off his clothes as well. As soon as Yu Hong relented, he immediately left the people of the devil world behind, washed himself clean, and planned to marry her. Furthermore, he refused to return to the position of Demon King because there was a new Demon King in the demon world. He was a man with a family now. How could he let work affect their relationship as a couple? He even added, "You devils without Tao companions don't understand." The 10 Sky Fiends vaguely felt that they had been stabbed with a knife. No matter how they tried to persuade them, they could not persuade them to go back. Seeing that the demons were without a leader, they had no choice but to seek help from Invincible's sect. "It's none of my business." Lan Hua looked at the 10 Sky Fiends that ran in front of him. "Why should I become a demon king? Among the demons, you are the only one with the cultivation of a demon king." The 10 Direction Sky Fiends wailed. Weren't they at their wits' end? "I'm not going." Lan Hua directly refused. He had just paid a year's rent before the price hike, and he hadn't even finished living there. Besides, now that Good Heart and the others had returned, he didn't even need to worry about the sect anymore. He didn't want to live such a good life. Why did he come to the Devil Realm to pick up the mess? Isn't it good to go to the back palace every day to get a free meal? The 10 Sky Demons were on the verge of tears. It was clearly the position of the strongest supreme being in the demon world. Why did they despise it so much when it came to them? Seeing that Lan Hua had made up his mind, no amount of persuasion worked. The few of them had no choice but to shamelessly beg Lone Moon. In any case, they don't care. "You married one of our demon kings, so you have to return one to them." Lone Moon was not angry. Instead, he kindly pointed out a path for the Sky Fiends. If they could not find Little Black, the former demon king, they could look for the former demon king. For example, a certain Tracheitis with the surname Jean. As he spoke, he silently took out a map. Of course, it was the kind that required money. After emptying all the immortal stones in their pockets, the Sky Fiends left with the map in their hands doubtfully. Invincible's sect finally welcomed the day of Yu Hong and Little Black's dual cultivation ceremony. Perhaps it was because Yu Hong had managed the sect too well in recent years. All the 10 Directions continent's heavenly emperors were present. Moreover, all of them came to congratulate him with sincerity and even prepared lavish gifts. However, when they entered the main hall and saw a certain officiator leisurely nibbling on a fruit, they stumbled and almost fell to the ground. The 9 of them instantly blocked the entrance, unable to advance or retreat. "Hi! Hi! Hi Goddess!" Is identical to, were they seeing things? When did she come back? Why didn't they know anything about it? Hallucination, this must be a hallucination. "Hey!" Shining waved the fruit in her hand and greeted the crowd. "Long time no see." Everyone trembled and looked at the person in front, Celestial Emperor I Ching behind her, and Lone Moon who was looking at some list at the side. Only then did they realize that it was true. The Invincible Sect Master, that living ancestor, had returned. So scary. Suddenly, they felt pain all over their bodies. "Hi! Goddess!" After all, they were all celestial emperors. They were stunned for a few seconds before they stepped forward and cupped their fists in greeting. Then, they smiled stiffly at the other 2 to greet them. "Emperors, please don't stand on ceremony." Lone Moon kept the list in his hand and smiled as he stepped forward to greet them. "We haven't seen each other for many years. You look as good as ever. Today is a joyous day for our sect. There's no need to bow. Everyone, please take a seat." As he spoke, he led everyone to sit down in the hall. His smile was like a spring breeze. He was so enthusiastic that the few of them forgot about the fear of a certain someone above them. Unconsciously, everyone sat down. The shock they felt when they saw Shining also eased a little. Looking at the exceptionally enthusiastic Lone Moon in front of them, they did not know why, but they felt as if something was about to go missing. Shining, on the other hand, continued to eat her fruit after greeting them. Her gaze swept across the 9 celestial emperors who were seated. To them, 3,000 years had passed. But to her, it had only been a few months. She still remembered these people. For example, the one on the right. "Hey, little bird." She tilted her head and looked at Wu Hong. "Bird. Bird is here. You've put on weight." Wu Hong was just about to stand up when his legs gave way and he fell from his chair. He looked like he was about to cry. Exalted. Exalted goddess, I really can't eat this. He had to lose weight when he got back. Immediately. Ha! She did not want to eat it. Seeing that he looked like he could not stand up, Shining kindly looked away and turned to Biao Ting. "Spoon. Spoon is here. You smell so good today. Did you bring a perfume pouch?" Clang! Before she could finish speaking, another person fell to the ground. Exalted. Exalted goddess. My skin is rough. I don't taste good at all. Shining, who just wanted to catch up, #my friends all seem to be calcium deficient #master, I made some pastries yesterday. If you're hungry, you can fill your stomach first. Yi Qing immediately placed a few plates of pastries on the side table. Indeed, he successfully attracted Xin Ying's attention. She gave up on catching up and focused on eating the pastries. Little Bird and Little Biao heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes lit up and they looked at Yi Qing gratefully. So Celestial Emperor Yi Qing was such a good person. Yi Qing, who was used to feeding them, ********, the Dao partners who held the dual cultivation ceremony were different from the couples in the mortal world. In the immortal world, dual cultivation required a life and death contract. But compared to the marriage in the mortal world, it was obviously much simpler. All they had to do was escort the bride, thank the master, and form the contract. Because Little Black was going to marry into the Celestial Emperor, Yu Hong went to the demon world early in the morning to escort the bride. Because there were many immortals from all the continents, the scene was very lively. Shining and the others did not wait long in the main hall. In less than 2 plates of pastries, Little Black and Yu Hong came in. The two did not dress as complicated as they did on television. They were just dressed in red Dharma robes. They bowed to Shining and called her sect master. From now on, Little Black was a member of Invincible Sect. Next, they just had to go to the deed signing stage together and form the life and death contract. The deed signing stage was set up by the disciples of the sect a few days ago. As the eldest senior sister, Yu Hong was naturally loved and respected by all the disciples. The deed signing stage was very beautiful. It was surrounded by layers of fresh flowers. They were all rare immortal herbs. In the middle of the flowers, there were a few particularly eye-catching dandelions. One look and they knew who did it. But when the people of Invincible Sect saw it, their mouths twitched. Go! Lone Moon stepped aside and looked at the deed signing stage in front. The two of them nodded and flew up. They looked at each other and smiled at each other. Under everyone's witness, they clasped their hands and began to form a seal. The deed signing array under their feet lit up. Flowers rained down from the sky. A red contract seal appeared on their clasped hands. The contract seal was divided into 2 halves. Together, they formed a heart lotus. They wanted to be of one heart forever, to live and die together. The seal on their palms became more and more complete. When the last stroke was completed, the contract seal was complete. Little Black was excited. He did not want to let go of Yu Hong's hand. "Madam." He was about to say something when he felt the ground beneath him shake. His expression changed. "Be careful." He reflexively hugged Yu Hong and rolled on the ground. The next moment, there was a loud rumble. The originally beautiful deed signing stage directly collapsed. The layers of celestial flowers on it withered in an instant. A gloomy aura shot up into the sky. The 9 heavens, which were usually clear and sunny all year round, instantly turned gloomy. Chapter 369. Everyone stared blankly at the dark aura that didn't dissipate. They were a little dazed. That aura didn't seem like demonic chi, nor did it seem like yin chi. It clearly looked gray, but it carried a dry heat, causing the surrounding air to feel like it was burning. Even the dense immortal chi showed signs of being pushed back. What is this? Grievous energy. Loneman's expression darkened. He took a step forward. Only grievous energy could have such a contradictory aura. But grievous energy had always appeared in the souls of the underworld. Why would it suddenly appear in the immortal world? Just as he was thinking about it, the soaring grievous energy suddenly condensed into a ball. It turned and flew down at an extremely fast speed. Everywhere it passed, flowers withered and palaces were destroyed. It rushed straight in the direction of the main hall where Shining was. Master! I Ching was shocked. He immediately summoned an immortal sword and was about to attack. Shining was 1 step ahead of him. She reached out and grabbed that ball of gray chi. Instantly, they heard a shrill scream. It was extremely sharp and piercing, with a hint of madness. That ball of chi began to writhe in Shinying's hand, but it could not break free. So the scream became even more piercing. Even the celestial emperors could not help but take a few steps back. Their expressions darkened. This sound seemed to be able to attack primordial spirits. Shining tilted her head and looked at Chef beside her. She asked seriously, "Can it be eaten?" I Ching stiffened and shook his head hard. No. Oh. Disappointment. I Ching hurriedly conjured a seal. Immediately, a seal flew out and formed a golden chain that locked that ball of chi in it. Shining then released her hand. But even so, the grievous energy did not stop. It kept attacking the surrounding seal. Shining, Chef. Lone Moon flew over and glanced at them. Seeing that they were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at that ball of aura. It really was grievous energy. It was so thick. What did it suffer when it was alive? It actually broke through the realm gate and came to the immortal world. He subconsciously released his divine perception and was shocked. There's a soul in this grievous energy. With so much grievous energy, it was a miracle that his soul was not devoured. He frowned again and glanced at Chef. Bring him back first. Then, he turned his head to look at the gloomy sky. He raised his hand and performed a wind spell, blowing away the hot air in the surroundings. Only then did the heavenly palace regain its clarity. Fortunately, Blackie and Yuhong had already completed the deed. He was about to turn around and invite the immortals back to the main hall. Everyone, Sect Master. Before he could finish, Siyu suddenly exclaimed, "Senior Sister Yuhong and the others have disappeared." What? Lone Moon was shocked. He turned to look at the deed signing stage, only to see that it was indeed empty. Little Black and Yuhong were gone. Invincible Sect, rear hall. I've searched the entire heavenly palace, but I couldn't find any trace of Little Black and Yuhong. Lone Moon turned to look at Chef beside him. The Devil Palace doesn't have it either. I Ching shook his head. Both of their expressions darkened. Yuhong and Little Black seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There was no aura left at all. Lone Moon frowned and looked at the ball of grievous energy floating in the air. Shining, you've been staring at it for so long. Did you find anything? Ha! Shining paused in the act of biting a fruit. She tilted her head and said, it's a little hot. Hot. You've been here for so long and you've only taken its temperature. Forget it. It looks like we can only ask this ball of grievous energy if we want to know where the two of them are. As he spoke, he conjured a seal and set up a defensive array around them. Chef, open its seal. I Ching nodded. With a turn of his hand, the golden talisman surrounding the ball of grievous energy disappeared. The ball of grievous energy immediately expanded and spread in all directions. A humanoid figure appeared in the middle of it. The other party's soul was indeed there. Who exactly are you? Lone Moon asked in a low voice. The grievous energy did not answer. Instead, it let out a shrill cry that pierced the ears. It even rushed towards the two of them in a frenzy. However, it was blocked by the immortal chi around them and could not advance an inch. The grievous energy on its body is too strong. Its consciousness has already been devoured, I Ching said. Even if there's still a soul inside, it won't understand what you're asking. Lone Moon frowned. He looked at the gray figure that was rushing towards the two of them. Suddenly, he thought of something. He turned to I Ching and said, Chef, go to Qingyu and find little short Yi. I Ching was stunned. Immediately, he understood what he meant. He turned and flew to the right. In a short while, he returned with little short Yi. She was Mengpe, who was in charge of the River of Forgetfulness. She knew the most about souls. Little short Yi, do you have a way to get rid of this grievous energy and let this soul regain its consciousness? Lone Moon pointed at the ball of grievous energy. Yes, I do. Little Shorty nodded. However, the grievous energy was born from his soul. Even if it disappears temporarily, as long as the grievous energy is not dispelled, it will still be born. I understand that. Finding Little Black and Yu Hong was more important. Get rid of it first. All right. She nodded and took a step forward. She reached out and grabbed the ball of grievous energy. In an instant, a gentle golden light appeared in her hand. The moment the light appeared, the grievous energy around the gray figure dissipated like snow. Not long after, the resentment in the surroundings disappeared completely, and a figure appeared in the center. It was a person wearing a green robe, and he looked to be less than 20 years old. He had a delicate face, and he had a scholarly air about him. He did not look aggressive at all. The man opened his eyes. They still looked a little lost. His gaze shifted to little Shorty, who was still glowing with golden light in her hand. Instantly, his face paled. His eyes bulged and he screamed, "Ghost!" He let out a cry of fear, and with lightning speed, he ducked under the table and shivered, leaving only half of his buttocks outside. I Ching, Lone Moon, Mengpe, what a lunatic. Who's the ghost here? Is he here to be funny? Even Shening, who was munching on her fruit, was knocked by the ghost that had suddenly crawled under her table. The fruit in her hand fell to the ground with a grunt. She frowned and bent down to pick up the ball from under the table. She tossed it onto the table and picked up the fruit on the ground. Ha! The male ghost paused. He looked at the person in front of him, who was wiping the fruit off her body and was about to take a bite. Miss? Only then did he realize that ghosts did not need to eat. So, you're not a ghost. Of course we're not. Lone Moon frowned. He snatched the fruit from Shenying's hand and glared at her. Change another one. She did not even know how to wash it. How lazy was she? She threw the fruit back to Yi Qing and continued to look at the male ghost. You're the ghost. What? That's impossible. I'm clearly. The ghost was shocked. He subconsciously looked down at his own body. In the next moment, he let out an even louder scream. Ah! He seemed to have received a huge shock. His eyes rolled back and his body swayed a few times. He looked like he was going to faint the next moment. He was a soul after all. There was no way he could faint. He could only scream as he floated around the rear hall like a spinning top. Fine, he's still a coward. Chapter 370. 5 minutes later, a.m. Am I dead? The ghost finally stopped screaming. He lay on the ground with a defeated look, accepting the fact that he was a ghost. Tell me, who exactly are you? Lone Moon stepped forward and scanned him from head to toe. Why did you come to the immortal realm, and where did Little Black and Yuhong go? What? The man's eyes widened. He was even more shocked than Lone Moon. This is the immortal realm. You're immortals. He quickly looked around, as if only just realizing the immortal chi around him. His eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that I ascended to heaven after I died? His eyes lit up, full of excitement and agitation. He did not look fake at all. Lone Moon frowned even deeper. He exchanged a look with Yi Qing. What was going on? This situation was not right. You don't know how you came to the immortal realm. The male ghost was stunned. He looked at them, no longer terrified. Instead, there was some respect in his eyes. Didn't immortals bring me up? Am I going to become an immortal in the future? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He had a lot to think about. Then why do you have so much resentment in your body? Resentment? He looked confused, as if he did not know what Lone Moon was talking about. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, "This exalted immortal. I really do not know what you're talking about. What happened to me? Amnesia? It couldn't be." Lone Moon's expression darkened. Yi Qing stepped forward and asked, "Do you remember how you died?" He stared blankly for a moment, then his expression turned ugly. He seemed to be desperately trying to remember something. Even the resentment in his body seemed to be coming back. After a while, he murmured, I don't know. Am I really dead? What was going on? Was he really a ghost with amnesia? But where did the resentment come from? What else do you remember? The man scratched his head. After a while, he said in a low voice, I only remember, my name is Songren. I'm from Qinghe province. I've been studying hard for 10 years. I'm preparing to enter the capital next year to take the exam. You're not a cultivator. What's a cultivator? He looked confused. He really was a scholar. Well, looks like I won't be able to get anything out of him. However, he was just a mortal who had never cultivated before. How could he have such overwhelming resentment? He even crossed the realm gate directly to the immortal world. Most importantly, this ghost didn't even know how he died. How were they supposed to find out where Yuhong and the others were? Sect Master, Elders. Just as they were thinking about this, Siyu suddenly rushed in, looking anxious. What's wrong? Asked Lone Moon. Yesterday, Elder, you asked me to guard the deed signing platform. Today, there really was an accident. She frowned, as if she didn't know how to explain. There. Elder, you'll know once you follow me there. Lone Moon and Yi Qing exchanged a look. Pointing at the male ghost, he said, Shorty, look after this ghost. We'll be back soon. With that said, he turned and was about to leave when he paused and added, and look after Shining. He had already lost 2 ghosts. He did not want to add another 3. Yes, Elder. Shorty's eyes lit up and he nodded vigorously as if he had just won a prize. Lone Moon then walked out with Yi Qing. Mengpu immediately moved in front of Shining, her eyes shining. She looked like she was presenting a treasure to Shining. Sect Master, I've grown something especially delicious these few days. Since Elder Chef is not around, would you like to try it? As she spoke, she turned and took out a watermelon-sized sweet potato from her storage bag. Shining, could he fire her again? The deed signing platform was not far from the rear hole. Lone Moon and I Ching arrived in no time. The grievous chi that filled the sky earlier had now completely dissipated. All that was left in the air was a messy platform. But now, there was another accident. Where the deed signing platform used to be, immortal chi was surging. Large amounts of immortal chi were gathering there, spiraling towards the center. It looked like it was about to solidify. Immortal Ascension Platform. Lone Moon paused, then immediately denied his own guess. No, that's not right. The Immortal Ascension Platform only appeared when cultivators from the lower realm ascended to the upper realm. And its location was random. It could appear anywhere in the 10 continents, but it would never appear in the Heavenly Palace. The immortal chi here was too thick. It would affect the formation of the Immortal Ascension Platform. He took a closer look, then turned to I Ching and said, Chef, don't you think that the direction in which the immortal chi is moving? It's the complete opposite of the Immortal Ascension Platform, I Ching said. The two of them were shocked. Lone Moon immediately turned to the person behind him and said, See you, inform the disciples in the sect not to let anyone near here. Then, he turned to I Ching and said, Seal off this area. I'll go to the right. I Ching nodded and flew to the other side. The two of them conjured a seal and set up an array. Instantly, a wall of light lit up in both directions, forming a translucent circle. It directly surrounded the area where the immortal chi was gathering. After a while, the crazy gathering of immortal chi began to slow down. Lone Moon frowned. Indeed, that was the case. The Immortal Ascension Platform was formed by the gathering of immortal chi. But most of the immortal chi came from the tribulation lightning of the cultivators from the lower realm. So it was actually the immortal chi of the lower realm that broke through the realm gate. But the immortal chi here was the complete opposite. Instead, it was the immortal chi of the Heavenly Palace that was surging towards the center. He and I Ching sealed off this area completely. Only then did the immortal chi stop. The two of them exchanged a look and flew in. The strange thing was that the immortal chi inside was exceptionally thin. Moreover, it seemed to be decreasing. The two of them followed the direction in which the immortal chi was flowing. Only then did they realize that in the center, there was a crack the width of a finger. The crack was not big. If one did not look closely, they would not have noticed it. But the immortal chi in the surroundings was surging towards it. The realm gate. Lone Moon was shocked. This crack was obviously connected to the lower realm. That coward broke through the realm gate using grievous chi. But the realm gate should have closed immediately after he came up. Why was this one still here? It seemed like the immortal chi was gathering here. It probably flowed into the lower realm. He used his divine perception to scan the area. Indeed, there was a trace of burning grievous chi in the crack. No wonder the realm gate had not closed. Luckily, he and Chef had sealed it. Otherwise, all the immortal chi in the Heavenly Palace would have been sucked in. It seemed like Little Black and Yu Hong had fallen into the lower realm. Chef, can you sense which small world this crack leads to? I Ching sensed it and shook his head. No. Too much immortal chi went in just now. This realm gate is already unstable. I can't be sure at all. Lone Moon's expression darkened. He waved his hand and conjured a seal, dispersing the grievous chi in the crack. Indeed, in the next moment, the small realm gate closed automatically. Let's go. Let's go back and find Shining. They could not tell, but how could they not find out about the cheat? Chapter 371. In the rear hall. So troublesome. A certain expressed that she did not want to work. Troublesome my ass. Hurry up. Lone Moon did not give her time to continue being lazy. He turned to Mengpa beside him. Little short you, bring this coward to Samsara first. With that said, he picked up Shining and returned to the starry sky of the divine realm. Shining then opened a light screen lazily and began to search. In a short while, the stars in the sky enlarged in front of her eyes. A small world flew out from the center. This is the small world that the crack on the deed signing stage connects to. Lone Moon stepped forward and looked carefully at the ball of light. He saw that the ball was full of green, and there was only a trace of white chi around it. He frowned. Why is it a Dharma-ending world? In a small world like this, the spirit power was usually very thin. There were even fewer mortals with spirit roots. That was why it was very difficult to cultivate to become an immortal. There might not even be one in a billion years. Some of them even had their legacies cut off. There were no cultivators at all. The ghost that was full of grievance just now actually came from a small world like this. That surprised him. Forget it. Chef, you guys go and bring Yu Hong and Little Black back. That couple had fallen into a small world like this for a few days and still had not returned. Something must have happened to them. Yi Qing nodded. Come back early. Shining also patted his shoulder. Turning around, she said, "Aw, I haven't watered radish today." Just as she was about to slip away, she was pulled back by a certain old father. Stop. Lone Moon directly pushed her towards Yi Qing. You go too. Huh? What huh? Chef's injuries have just recovered. You don't need to worry about going alone. Shining looked at Yi Qing and then at Father Nyo. Nodding seriously, she said, I trust Chef. Get lost. You're just freaking lazy, aren't you? Father Nyo, can I not go? So troublesome. The dual cultivation ceremony just ended. The sect's matters are piling up. Yu Hong is not in the sect now. He turned his head and glanced at her. Why don't you stay and help her deliver the immortal artifacts to the Qingzhe continent, or go to the Cloud Sea continent to look for spirit beasts, or go to the various countries in the Bo Sea to set up arrays? Shining stiffened. She turned around and grabbed Chef's hand. Little Red and Little Black are too worrisome. There are so many kidnappers nowadays. As the sect master, I have to get them back. Let's go, Chef. With that, she pulled Yi Qing and prepared to turn around. Wait. Father Nyo, don't stop me. I am a sect leader with principles. For all. Do you have any shame? The corner of Lone Moon's mouth twitched. He threw a bag over. I'm not trying to stop you. Take the spirit stones with you. Don't say I'm not paying for your travel expenses. Spirit stones. Omega, find him and come back quickly. Don't delay. Yes, Father Nyo, no problem, Father Nyo. What should he do if he became even more worried? Was it too late to take back the spirit stones? In the blink of an eye, the master and disciple arrived at that small world. Just as Lone Moon said, the spirit chi in this small world was indeed thin. The aura in the air was mixed and full of secular chi. Even Yi Qing was not used to it. He frowned. They looked around. In order not to cause any unnecessary trouble, they appeared in a dense forest. Master, please wait for a moment. I'll look for Yu Hong and the rest's aura. Yi Qing handed a fruit to Shining out of habit. Then, he conjured a seal with both hands and cast a detection spell. A burst of immortal chi exploded from his body and swept across the entire small world. In less than half a fruit's time, he opened his eyes. He frowned and turned to look at Shining. Master, I sense the aura of demonic chi thousands of miles to the north of here. I think it should be Little Black. Shining narrowed her eyes. Where is the north? Chef pointed to the right. This way. Just as he was about to fly on his sword, Shining suddenly turned to the left. Then let's go this way. Ah. Ah. I Ching was stunned. Aren't we going to bring them back? Chef. Shining turned and patted his shoulder. Do you think they'll be all right? I Ching was stunned. Although he did not understand why she asked that, he still answered honestly. With Yu Hong and Little Black's cultivation, they'll be fine if they just fall into the lower realm. Then why do you think they didn't go back? Ah. I Ching was stunned. They're on their honeymoon. It's not good for us to go now. They had to wait for at least a month. They had to use up all their spirit stones before going. What is honeymoon? I Ching still did not understand. Honeymoon is. Shining tilted her head and thought for a moment before explaining, it's reasonable and legal. It means dual cultivation day and night. I Ching was stunned. Suddenly, he seemed to understand something. His face turned red and he looked like he was about to emit smoke. Dual cultivation, day and night, see, he subconsciously glanced at Shining. Something exploded in his mind. His nose felt hot, and something was about to drip down. Do you understand? Understand, or not? Let's go. We'll go south. Shining pulled him up and walked. Master, this is north. A while later, that's right, Chef, did you sense any small animals in the forest? I Ching pressed his nose and answered, 36,957 beasts. All right, we'll pick the fattest one. Yes, master, no problem, master. Unfortunately, before the two of them could find the small animals, the space in front of them suddenly twisted and opened up a passage. Sect master. Mengpo walked out from inside with a bitter expression. Behind her was a thin string that was formed by sorcery. It pulled out a ball of gray air like a ball of yarn. This is Songren. I Ching looked at the ball of resentment in surprise. How did it get surrounded by resentment so quickly? Didn't Father Nyo ask you to bring him to reincarnate? Mengpo's face fell even more. Her eyes were full of guilt. She bowed to Shining and said, I did not do my job well. I don't know why, but once this ghost entered the underworld, the resentment in his body could not be removed no matter what. Instead, it kept increasing. As she spoke, she reached out to remove the resentment as if demonstrating. If the resentment is not removed, he cannot enter samsara. I helped him remove it a few times before, but I don't know why, even when we changed places, I could not remove it. Before she could finish speaking, the ball of resentment dissipated in the next moment. He turned back into that timid scholar. This is. He opened his eyes in confusion. When he saw Mengpo holding the string, his face paled and a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. A moment later, he seemed to recall something and patted his chest. It was a few immortals. Oh yes, didn't the immortals want to send me to samsara? Could this be the underworld? That's strange. What exactly are you? Mengpo was also confused. She circled around the timid scholar. I clearly could not remove his resentment just now. Why did it work again when I pulled him back to sect master? There was actually a soul that could not enter the river of forgetfulness. I Ching frowned. He released his divine perception and scanned the ghost. Apart from being affected by the resentment, his soul body was weaker than before. He did not find anything strange about the other party. Master, he can't be an invader, right? No. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She glanced at the clearly dazed timid scholar before turning to Meng Pei. Little short you, apart from you, what other way is there to remove the resentment? Chapter 372. There is, but it's more troublesome. Meng Pei thought about it and said, the grievance stems from the injustice he suffered before he died, so he developed a hatred for this world. Apart from forcibly removing it, we can only find out the cause of his death and untie the knot in his heart. Then the grievance will naturally disappear. How troublesome. The key was that this ghost had already forgotten how he died. How were they going to find out the cause of his death? Shining tilted her head and looked at I Ching. Why don't we just beat the grievance out of him? It was convenient and environmentally friendly. Master. I Ching frowned. His soul is already very weak. Even I can't take a punch from you. I'm afraid his soul will dissipate. Then what should we do? Why don't you do it instead? He claimed to be from Qinghe County. I Ching glanced at the ghost. Why don't we go take a look? Is there anything to eat? Since it's a county, there must be quite a number of people. Of course there is. They might even be able to get some food. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Yes, master. I Ching then turned to Meng Pei and said, Shorty, go back first. Leave this ghost to us for now. Meng Pei nodded. She turned her head to look at the coward who still had a blank expression on his face. Her figure flashed and disappeared before her eyes. Song Ren was shocked by Meng Pei's sudden disappearance. His entire ghost subconsciously shrank. After a while, he turned to look at I Ching. This exalted immortal, what did the two of you mean? What grievance? Do I have that horrible thing on me? He was not an unreasonable ghost. Hearing their conversation just now, the grievance in his body seemed to be very troublesome, causing him to be unable to reincarnate. Our trip this time is to find out why you have grievance in your body, I Ching explained. Don't worry, we will let you reincarnate. Song Ren nodded and hurriedly bowed to the two. Thank you, exalted immortals. What a polite ghost. Master, let's go. I Ching directly summoned his sword and pulled Shining onto it. Then he turned to look at a certain ghost. Song Ren was stunned. He knew that the immortal wanted him to get on the sword, so he floated over. Still acting like a polite scholar, he bowed once more. Immortal, please bring me along. Before he could finish his sentence, I Ching picked up a certain ghost and flew out. Song Ren was caught off guard and was instantly sent flying into the air. He subconsciously let out a blood-curdling scream, howling like a pig being slaughtered. I Ching, Shining, 10 minutes later, get off me. I Ching could not stand it any longer. He glared at the ghost that was coiled up in front of him like an octopus. No matter how scared he was, he had already flown for 10 minutes. That was enough. Exalted. Exalted immortal. Song Ren's already pale face turned even paler. I'm afraid of heights. Weren't you just freaking floating? What are you not afraid of? I Ching frowned. He tore the ghost in front of him and held it in his hand. Show me the way. Song Ren had yet to recover from his shock. Which direction is the Qinghe County you live in? East. Southeast. I Ching paused for a moment before flying in the southeast direction. The few of them flew for another 15 minutes. During this time, screams could be heard incessantly. Finally, people appeared below them. They could vaguely see a village. The three of them finally landed on the ground. Song Ren was so scared that his face was completely white. He was a soul to begin with. Now, he was even more transparent. He looked like he could turn into smoke and float away at any time. Yet, at the moment he landed on the ground, he stubbornly stood up. He composed himself and cleared his throat. He cupped his fists and said to the two of them, "Excuse me." In an instant, he returned to his gentlemanly self. It was as if the person who had been screaming the whole way was not him. Of course, that was if his legs were not trembling. Left or right? I Ching pointed to the two paths in front of them. There should be a town ahead. There were too many mortals. Moreover, they had to figure out the direction and could not fly too high. To avoid unnecessary trouble, they could only come down and walk. Song Ren looked left and right. Suddenly, a hint of joy flashed across his eyes. He pointed to the path on the right and said, "I recognize this place. Go this way. We'll reach Qinghe County in less than half an hour. Let's go." I Ching nodded. He turned and walked 2 steps. But he found that Shining did not move. Instead, she looked up to the right in a daze. "Master." I Ching called out again. Shining then returned to her senses. She raised her hand and pointed to the sky. "Chef, is the weather not good over there?" "Weather?" I Ching hesitated. He subconsciously released his divine perception and swept to the right. His eyes widened. He saw that the sky above a town not far away was dark. The whole town seemed to be wrapped in black fog. Yin winds were raging. Ghost chi filled the sky. It was like a dead city. He was shocked. Apart from the underworld, this was the first time he had seen such a heavy yin chi. "Master. Let's go." Shining nodded. Only then did he get on his sword again. He brought a person and a ghost with him and flew toward the city. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the city. Up close, the yin chi was even heavier. The sky had been clear all along the way. But here, it was dark and gloomy. The city was silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. The few of them looked up. Above the city gate, there were 3 big words, Qinghe County. This was Qinghe County. I Ching frowned. He turned back to look at Song Ren, whose face was starting to turn pale again. He had some guesses in his heart. He took a step forward and walked into the city. "Are we going in?" Song Ren's voice trembled as he asked. His entire ghost body subconsciously moved closer to Shining. I Ching's face darkened. Thinking of the scene on the way here, he pulled Song Ren out and pushed him 3 feet away. "Stay away from my master, little b asterisk tch. Master, the yin chi here is thick. I'm afraid there's no one alive in the city. Not only that, there was so much ghost chi here. The ghosts inside were most likely malicious ghosts that did not enter the underworld. They had been staying in this ghost city. There are so many ghosts left in the human world. I'm afraid there's something strange in the city." Shining nodded. She threw away the fruit core in her hand and reached into Chef's pocket out of habit. "We'll only know the exact reason when we go in." He looked at the city gate again. "Master, the city is dark. Don't go too far away from me." "Oh." I Ching was just about to continue walking into the city. After some thought, he turned around and grabbed Shen Ying's hand. Based on past experience, he was really afraid of losing her. Exalted. Exalted immortal. Song Ren's face turned completely white. "This city, don't tell me there are really ghosts? Did he forget what he was?" "You can stay here," I Ching instructed before turning around and walking into the city. He couldn't just leave a ghost city like this unattended. Song Ren looked at the two walking away. Then, he looked around at the cold wind. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to follow. Once they entered the city, the yin qi around them became even thicker. Wisps of cold air seeped into their bones. Song Ren subconsciously shivered again. He looked at the two people in front of him who were calm and composed. It was as if they could not feel the cold wind. He hurriedly floated faster. Chapter 373. The city seemed to have gotten even darker. They could only hear the sound of the cold wind blowing. It was eerily quiet. The two sides of the dark street looked as if something would rush out at any time. The few of them walked along the dark main street for a while. Suddenly, they heard a strange sound. It sounded like something was dripping. Drip, 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 one sound after another. What's that sound? Song Ren was shocked. He was so nervous that even his voice went up a few octaves. It sounds like water. Just as he finished speaking, a black shadow suddenly flew past them. Ah! Song Ren exclaimed. Trembling, he pointed in front of him and said, Someone's gone over. Only then did the two of them stop and look at the endless street in front of them. All they saw was a bloody light. Less than 10 meters in front of them, there was suddenly a liquid pouring down. The bright red color was particularly dazzling. Blood. 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 Song Ren's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground. The blood seemed to be flowing endlessly. It formed a wave and surged toward them. Everywhere it passed, there was a glaring red color, as if it was going to dye the entire street red. The scene was especially eerie and bloody. Coupled with the whistling cold wind, it was like a scene from a horror movie. If there were less than 10 evil ghosts in the air, holding buckets of blood and pouring it out. What's more, they were doing it in a row, relaying the force. They could even faintly hear a few words of ghost language. Hurry, hurry, it's about to dry up. Where's the bucket? Didn't you ask you to bring a bigger bucket? The Ripper ghost took the big bucket to wash the intestines. This is all we have. Hurry, 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 pour it out. Use the blood to drown them. Hurry up. Even if we can't drown them, we can scare them to death. And so, another wave of blood poured down. But the street was really too wide, and they were a distance away from it. Although the blood was pouring quickly, it stopped before it reached their feet. Shining, Iching, he suddenly felt a little tired for them. It's about time. Where's the headless ghost? It's your turn. I'm coming, I'm coming. An evil spirit with a green face and sharp fangs floated out from the pile of ghosts. It rubbed its horrifying ghostly face, opened its mouth to reveal a mouthful of bloody teeth, and directly reached out to take its head off. After thinking for a while, he felt that it wasn't scary enough, so he put his head back on, but this time, he tore a hole in his neck. There was only a layer of bloody skin on his head, which seemed to be falling off. The bull-sized round on his neck was still spurting blood. Only then did it clear its throat, reveal its physical form, and float towards the two of them. A gloomy voice sounded in the air. Give me your life, the master and disciple duo. However, the ghost floated closer and closer. 2 streams of blood flowed from its broken head. It looked like it was about to pounce on Shining. I Ching sighed and was about to form a seal with one hand to capture this group of ghosts. Ghost! Suddenly, Song Ren, who was at the side, let out a scream. As if he could not bear it any longer, he crawled up with a whoosh and ran towards I Ching's direction. He lifted the hem of Chef's robe and dived in. His hand subconsciously grabbed onto something, but he used too much force. With a swoosh, something was pulled out from Chef's waist. Shining, all the ghosts, His movement was too fast and too natural. Even I Ching didn't have time to react. He felt a chill in his lower body, and a strange object appeared between his feet. There was a strange silence, even the headless ghost that was pouncing over was stunned. His head, which only had a layer of bloody skin, fell to the ground with a thud. What's going on? In the next moment, an aura even colder than the yin qi in the city exploded from Chef's body. The temperature in the city dropped, as if winter had arrived. The entire street was covered in ice. Overwhelming sword qi swept across the entire ghost city in an instant. I Ching kicked a ghost that was lying on his pants out. A huge dragon formed from sword qi appeared in the sky. I'll kill you. All the ghosts in the ghost city felt an endless pressure. They fell to the ground, and even their bodies looked like they were going to collapse. Chef! This was the first time Shining saw him go crazy. She was a beat slower than she should be. She grabbed him and said, "Calm down, calm down. Master, don't stop me." For the first time in his life, I Ching wanted to shake off Shen Ying's hand. Let me kill him. I have to kill him. I definitely have to kill him. Now. Now. Put on your pants first, Shining reminded him. I Ching froze. Then, as if remembering something, he hurriedly bent down and pulled up his pants. With the fastest speed he had ever done in his life, he drew an isolation array around him and fastened his pants again. He even forcefully tied a few dead knots on them. Shining waited for a full 10 minutes before I Ching removed the array and appeared in front of her. His face seemed to be covered with a layer of ice, as if snowflakes were going to fall the next moment. But when he looked at Shining, his ears were so red that they looked like they were going to drip blood. Master. He could not help but sound like he was being wronged. Cough, don't worry. Shining coughed and patted his shoulder comfortingly. The sky was too dark. I really did not see your white underwear. Really? I Ching, he wanted to kill someone even more. What should he do? Perhaps because of Chef's sword qi, the yin qi in the ghost city had almost been blown away. Sunlight shone into the city. The yang qi was strong. The malicious ghosts that were originally hiding in the surroundings also showed their figures. Chef, who was finally held back by Shining and had not beaten Song Ren to death, glanced at the densely packed ghosts in front of him. His guess was right. This city was full of malicious ghosts, and each one was worse than the other. Those that were missing an arm or a leg were still fine. Some of them were directly lying on the ground like a pile of mud. It was obvious how badly they died. Why do you stay in the human world? I Ching looked at the ghosts coldly. Why do you still gather in this city to harm people? Don't you want to reincarnate? The ghosts looked at each other. Thinking of the terrifying aura from before, they all trembled. A moment later, the headless ghost that wanted to scare them stood up weakly. This immortal. Exalted immortal, it's not that we don't want to reincarnate, but we can't go at all. That's right, that's right. Exalted immortal. The other ghosts all nodded. We also want to go to the underworld to reincarnate, but after we died, we have been trapped here and can't get out. We have no choice, so we want to find a living substitute to bring us out. Can't get out. I Ching was stunned. He used his divine perception to scan the city. There was no array formation to restrict them. What exactly happened in the city? I Ching looked around. There were so many ghosts, and they looked like they had died not long ago. How did you die? This. A look of confusion flashed across the faces of the ghosts. A moment later, they all shook their heads. We don't know either. When we woke up, we were already ghosts. Chapter 374. I Ching scanned the group of ghosts and was even more shocked. Did these ghosts lose their memories collectively, or did the person who attacked them move so quickly that they did not even have time to react before they died? He asked in detail and realized that not only did they forget how they died, but they also forgot everything that happened when they were alive. They could not even remember their names, so they could only call each other Headless Ghost, Disemboweler Ghost, etc. I Ching's frown deepened. Looking at the number of ghosts, it was obvious that the city had been massacred. The strange thing was that he did not sense any array formation in the city. They did not encounter any obstacles along the way. Why were they trapped here? He looked up at the city gate. There are no restraints on you. Why can't you get out? That's because. Thinking that I Ching did not believe him, the headless ghost panicked, but he did not know how to explain. As if thinking of something, he said, "Exalted Immortal, you'll understand once you see it." The ghosts all nodded in agreement. As they spoke, a large group of ghosts swarmed towards the city gates like 100 ghosts walking in the night. Just as they were about to float out of the city, a ghostly shadow flashed. The originally large group of ghosts was reduced by more than half, and they disappeared. The next moment, they appeared in the middle of the main street again. There was no exception. "Exalted Immortal, this is it," the ghost said bitterly. "It's not that we don't want to leave, but no matter how we float, we will eventually return to this place. That's right, we can't get out at all. Exalted Immortal, we want to reincarnate too. Exalted Immortal, your dermic powers are strong. Please save us." I Ching was shocked. This was a transportation array. No, there was no spirit chi at the city gate just now, nor was there any aura of an array formation. "Master." He turned to look at Shining, who was beside him. Shining took a bite of her fruit and answered, "Some kind of enclosed space." Enclosed space. I Ching paused, then suddenly thought of something. "Master, you mean that this place is like a mystic realm isolated from the outside world?" "Something like that." It was no wonder that the ghosts could not get out. To them, this city was completely isolated from this small world. It was a world of its own, and the city gate was the border. Unless they had the ability to break out of this world, they would only be sent back. And according to what they said, it seemed that it only worked on ghosts. Wait a minute. A thought suddenly struck him. He turned to look at a certain ghost who was hiding far away, hugging a pillar and shivering. The corner of his mouth twitched, and in an instant, a thick layer of coldness covered him. "Go out and try." He pointed at the city gate not far away. "Ah, ah." Song Ren, who was suddenly called out, was stunned. He saw those evil spirits, each more frightening than the last, looking at him in unison. His entire soul body was like a wave, shaking wave after wave. What? He obviously didn't react in time. I Ching directly pinched a spell, and with a ding sound, a spirit sword instantly fell in front of Song Ren. It sank 3 inches into the ground, and the edge of the sword was suffused with cold air. Startled, Song Ren moved away from the pillar out of reflex, dodging the spirit sword. I Ching, however, did not stop. One by one, the swords formed from spirit chi flew towards him as if they were lining up. "Ah!" With a blood-curdling scream, he turned around and frantically floated in the direction of the city gate. He was forced to rush out of the city gate by the spirit sword. "I'll poke you to death, you little bitch." For all_for all, hashtag he went out. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed. I Ching's hand turned the spell, and chased after Song Ren's spirit sword, changing its direction and landing in front of him. A certain coward outside the city used the same method to rush all the way back, and then stopped. The boundary of this city had no effect on Song Ren. No wonder he could rush to the immortal realm. Song Ren was already so frightened that his whole body curled up like cotton candy. Like a ball, he rolled back to the two of them. When he looked up, he saw the group of evil spirits whose faces had changed beyond recognition, and he trembled again. Subconsciously, he floated towards a certain master and disciple. This time, he didn't dare to look for I Ching, and could only stretch out his claws to pull Shining. But before he could reach, I Ching seemed to have sensed it in advance, and with a gaze 10 times colder than before, he instantly stared at him. "Little bitch. What else do you want?" F***ck, I Ching directly took a step to the side, inserted himself between the man and the ghost, and picked Song Ren up. At the same time, he conjured a spell to make his soul body more solid. Then he looked at the ghosts and said, "Do any of you recognize him? He used to be from this city." The ghosts were stunned, and carefully looked at Song Ren, who was so frightened that his face was beginning to turn green. After a while, they all shook their heads. "Never seen him. We might have known him when he was alive, but we don't remember." "Exalted Immortal, did he also die in this city?" "It doesn't look like it at all." "That's right, he's much worse than us. He's not even as scary as the hanged ghost." "That's right, one look and you can tell that he's the kind of ghost that doesn't do proper work." I Ching's expression darkened. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to get any more information out of them. Originally, he wanted to ask about the cause of Song Ren's death, and investigate why he had so much resentment. He didn't expect that not only did the entire Qinghe County turn into ghosts, but they also lost their memories. "Master, how do you think we should deal with these ghosts?" I Ching looked at Shining hesitantly. "Ha!" Shining, who was reaching for a fruit, paused and tilted her head. "What do you think? This place is too strange." His expression darkened. "We can't keep so many ghosts here forever. I want to put them directly into the river of forgetfulness and send them to the underworld to be reincarnated." Shorty was not here, so they could only send them to the underworld through the river of forgetfulness. "All right." Shining, who did not take any fruit from Chef's storage bag, only some pastries, nodded without any objections. She wasn't listening anyway. Chef then turned to look at the ghosts. He conjured a seal with both hands. Instantly, a huge array appeared under his feet and spread across the entire ghost city. All the ghosts felt the yin qi in their bodies dissipate. Even their miserable souls started to gradually return to their original state. They were no longer as miserable as before. A gentle force wrapped around them like flowing water. In the next moment, all the ghosts turned into green smoke and floated up. Just as they were about to disappear into the array, their figures flashed and a large number of ghosts returned to the middle of the main street. Even the rebirth array under I Ching's feet shattered. "Ha!" I Ching was shocked. He looked at his own hands in disbelief. What was going on? Why couldn't these ghosts be sent out? Even if this place was isolated, it wasn't like the outer realm, which was cut off from the plane. There was no reason why they couldn't enter the river of forgetfulness, unless, his heart sank. He squatted down and placed his palm on the ground to sense for a while. Suddenly, he was shocked. He turned to Shining and said, "Master, there's no river of forgetfulness underground." "Oh." Shining tilted her head and suddenly pointed above her head. "It might be up there." "What?" He looked up at the gray sky. He subconsciously opened his assistant's authority to take a look. In mid-air, a golden river ran through the entire ghost city. The river of forgetfulness was in the sky. Winky face. Chapter 375. What's going on? He tilted his head and looked at the golden color above his head. He saw that after the river of forgetfulness crossed the entire ghost city, it landed at the city gate and returned to normal. Only the section in the city looked like two waterfalls floating in the sky. I Ching had some guesses in his heart. He immediately understood why the ghosts in the city could not get out. He changed his hand seal and the rebirth array appeared under his feet. He waved his hand and the array slowly rose into the sky, enveloping the entire ghost city. In the next moment, the ghosts turned into green smoke again and flew into the river of forgetfulness in the sky, disappearing without a trace. The city that I Ching had already dispelled a round of yin qi. Now that there were no malicious ghosts, the yin qi dissipated and the city returned to the appearance of a deserted city. I Ching turned to look to the side. Song Ren was indeed still there. Shorty said that he could not enter Samsara, but he did not expect that he could not even enter the river of forgetfulness. Master, I guess the river of forgetfulness is the reason why the ghosts in this city cannot get out. He looked at Shining. The dislocation of the river of forgetfulness caused the ghosts to be unable to enter in time. And the city gate was the node of the dislocation of the river of forgetfulness, thus forming a sealed space. That was why the ghosts could not get out. And the living could not enter the river of forgetfulness, so it did not affect them. Song Ren could not enter the river of forgetfulness because of grievous energy, so Lone Moon could come and go as he pleased. I have already temporarily sent these ghosts into the river of forgetfulness above. But to let them return to the underworld, we need to return the river of forgetfulness in time. If the river of forgetfulness could not return, then these ghosts would never be able to reach the underworld. More importantly, the section in the sky was obviously one of the branches of the river of forgetfulness. If left here, it would dry up one day. The other branches that connected to it would also dry up, which would cause even worse effects. Master, do you have a way to let it return to the ground? Shining tilted her head. How about pulling it down? Pull. He hesitated. How to pull? The river of forgetfulness did not have a physical body. No, Master said it could be pulled. That definitely made sense. After thinking for a moment, a gust of spirit chi formed in his hand. In an instant, it condensed into thousands of threads and flew towards the golden river of forgetfulness in the sky. However, the moment the spiritual chi touched the river of forgetfulness, it passed right through it. Indeed, it couldn't touch it. He frowned and subconsciously sensed the assistant imprint on his body. In the next moment, the spiritual energy, which had yet to touch a physical body, suddenly emitted a thump, like the sound of something entering the water. On the surface of the river, a small drop of golden spray instantly splashed. Touch. So this was how the assistant seal was used. Overjoyed, he raised his hand and produced even more spirit threads. They flew into the sky and crossed the entire river, directly binding up half of the river. Then, he pulled down forcefully. The sound of water splashing could be heard. The originally calm surface of the river of forgetfulness was instantly stirred up by layers of waves, and its position was also gradually falling downwards. I Ching adjusted his cultivation and pulled harder, causing the golden river to descend even faster. After a quarter of an hour, he finally pulled the dislocated river of forgetfulness back to the ground. The abnormality of the original high and low water levels at the city gate was also restored. The river of forgetfulness in the city began to flow again, and the surface of the river began to shine with a faint golden light. Master, the method you mentioned is indeed useful. I Ching looked at Shining happily. Master indeed. What did she say? From now on, there would no longer be ghosts trapped in the city. I Ching heaved a sigh of relief and turned to look at Song Ren beside him. He frowned again, but he still did not find out how exactly he died. Master, why don't we go to the nearby town and ask what exactly happened in this city? The dislocation of the river of forgetfulness could at most trap ghosts, but the cause of death of this person in the city was unknown. Perhaps they could find out why Song Ren carried grievous energy. Oh. Shining nodded. I Ching was about to fly on his sword when he felt an unfamiliar aura approaching. Someone was coming. He stopped moving. No matter who it was, they were definitely familiar with this ghost city. He decided to stop moving and wait for that person to appear. Indeed, in a short while, a man in a green robe appeared at the city gate, but he did not fly over on his sword. Instead, he seemed to have used a spell that shrank the ground into inches and rushed over. The person first stopped in front of the city gate and looked around in surprise. The ghost chi in this city has actually completely disappeared. The person's face was full of disbelief. Only then did he notice I Ching in the city. Suddenly, he thought of something and his eyes brightened. He made a strange gesture towards him, as if it was some kind of etiquette. Then he opened his mouth and said, "Did fellow Daoist purify this evil ghost just now?" Purify. For some reason, he did not like this word. He only sent it into the river of forgetfulness for samsara. I Ching frowned, but still nodded. The person became even more delighted. Fellow Daoist is so kind. He smiled brightly and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. This ghost city has been causing trouble everywhere for many years. Even the mystic sect could not do anything about it. I did not expect that it would be resolved by fellow Daoist today. He seemed to have thought of something and continued, "I am Tang Han, from the Tang family of Qing City. Fellow Daoists' Dao skills are so profound. I wonder which family are you from, and how should I address you?" I Ching. He was stunned. He had never heard of such a surname among the mystic cultivator families. Just as he was puzzled, the person stepped aside and continued, "My master, Shining." Tang Han was stunned. He did not notice just now. Only now did he realize that there was actually a woman standing beside him. Surname Shin. His eyes brightened instantly. Could the two of you be from the Shin family of Woyang? No wonder, although the Shin family was not a big mystic cultivator family, it was also a well-known family for 100 years. When did the Shin family have such an amazing mystic cultivator? He could actually resolve the evil ghost that even the mystic sect could not do anything about. No. I Ching shook his head directly. What Shin family of Woyang, Tang family of Qing City? Could it be that the cultivators of this small world were all from big families? No. No. Tang Han, who had guessed wrongly time and time again, was stunned. Then which family are the two of you from? They couldn't be independent cultivators, could they? The master and disciple exchanged a look and then replied in unison. Niu family. To Tang Han, huh? Which family was the Niu family? Never heard of it. Could it be a hidden big family? Fellow Daoist Tang, do you know what exactly happened in this city? Why are there evil ghosts all over the city? I Ching stepped forward and asked. Tang Han saw that the other party had no intention of explaining his origin in detail, so he did not ask anymore. Looking at the deserted city, he sighed and said, "Sigh. Speaking of the people of this Qinghe County, they are really pitiful. Now that the world is chaotic and deviant ghosts run rampant, the residents of this city have suffered from this disaster." Deviant ghosts? I Ching was stunned. He had only heard of deviant beasts and deviant demons. What the hell were these deviant ghosts? Seeing the other party's puzzled face, Tang Han was even more certain that the other party was from a hidden big family. He stepped aside and said, "If you don't mind, can the two of you follow me back to my humble house, and I will tell you in detail." I Ching looked at Shining beside him. Seeing that she did not object, he cupped his fists and said, "Thank you. Please." Chapter 376. Tang Han brought the two out of the city and walked towards the north. That's right, walk. Originally, he said that his house was in the city, but they walked for nearly an hour straight into a dense forest, and the other party had no intention of stopping. Fellow Taoists, you've worked hard. My house is in this forest, not far, we'll be there in less than an hour. Tang Han said with a natural smile. Yi Qing, Shining, the two stopped in their tracks. A certain Ing, who had never walked such a long way except for the time when she opened up the plane, had the urge to stick the pastry in her hand on his face. He said it was very close. Master. Seeming to read her thoughts, Yi Qing suddenly stepped forward and squatted down in front of her. Disciple will carry you. Oh. Shining then kept the pastries in her hands, and leaned on Chef's back in a natural manner. Yi Qing stiffened for a moment, the heat source that suddenly stuck to his back turned into a warm current, as if flowing to the bottom of his heart. He paused for a while before standing up steadily and walking with Tang Han in front. Tang Han looked at this somewhat strange pair of master and disciple, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. He didn't pay too much attention to it, leading the way in front while introducing the situation in the city to Yi Qing. The two then learned about the situation of this small world from him. As previously guessed, the spirit qi here was indeed thin, resulting in no so-called immortal cultivation at all, and no immortal cultivation sects, but there were mystic cultivators who practiced mystic techniques. They also used spirit qi to cultivate, but mystic techniques only knew some shallow spells to ward off evil and evil. They didn't pursue the path of immortality like cultivators. Yi Qing then understood why he had to bring the two along and not directly fly on his sword. It turned out that he didn't know how to fly a sword at all. Looking closely at his cultivation, he was indeed only at the early stage of qi refinement. These mystic cultivators usually only did exorcism and sealing demons, and took it as their duty to protect the peace of the area. They didn't have any thoughts of ascending to immortality. And most of what they dealt with were the deviant ghosts he mentioned. Tang Han said that deviant ghosts were different from ordinary ghosts. They were bloodthirsty by nature, and the more powerful deviant ghosts could devour souls, and they loved to eat living people. In Qinghai County, tens of thousands of people were massacred by the deviant ghosts in one night because of the invasion of the deviant ghosts. Later on, the Taoists of Xianmen had to send out dozens of Taoists to kill the group of deviant ghosts. But because of this, it became a ghost town. The ghost qi in that city is too strong. Tang Han sighed and shook his head. The mystic cultivators and the mystic sects have thought of many ways, but they couldn't purify the ghosts in the city. They could only seal off this area. He led the two of them to a small house in the forest. He invited the two of them to sit down before continuing. My cultivation level is low. In order to prevent mortals from entering and being harmed, the Tang family sent me to guard this place. Yi Qing placed a plate of pastries and a cup of tea on the table in front of Shining out of habit. He turned and asked, Fellow Taoist Tang, apart from the deviant ghosts massacring the city, did anything else happen in the city? Tang Han thought about it and shook his head. I haven't heard of it. Why do you ask? Yi Qing frowned. That's not right. If it was just the deviant ghosts massacring the city, why would only Song Ren have such a huge grievance? He turned to look at Song Ren who had floated along with them. Fellow Taoist, have you seen this ghost? Ghost? Tang Han was stunned. He looked in the direction he was pointing, but his eyes were not focused. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. Fellow Taoist, do you mean that there are evil ghosts following us out of the city? His expression changed. He stood up abruptly and turned to take out a peach-wood sword from the cabinet beside him. He made a hand seal and shouted, Bold evil ghosts, you still want to harm people. Show yourself quickly. Heaven and earth are black and yellow, ghosts and spirits are not born. go. With that said, he directly stabbed the sword towards the cabinet beside Song Ren. With a swoosh, he poked a hole in the cabinet door. Shening, Liqing, Song Ren, after he stabbed with the sword, he heaved a long sigh of relief. He looked around and then turned to Yi Qing. Fellow Daoist, is the evil ghost that followed us dead? Are you freaking kidding me? Phew, 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 phew. No wonder he didn't look at Song Ren from beginning to end. He couldn't see him at all. How low was his cultivation? The corner of Yi Qing's mouth twitched. He bent his finger and pointed at Tang Han's forehead, guiding the spirit qi in his body to gather in his eyes. Only then did Tang Han see Song Ren. The peachwood sword in his hand tightened. There's an evil ghost indeed. Yi Qing hurriedly stopped him. Wait, this ghost is a little special. He's different from those evil ghosts in the city. That's why we brought him with us. Special? Tang Han was stunned. He thought of something and then looked enlightened. Could it be that he's a ghost that the two of you kept? The two of you are indeed skilled in sorcery. You can even command evil ghosts. Sorry. He sheathed his peachwood sword a little embarrassedly. There was indeed a way to subdue ghosts in the mystic techniques. Yi Qing. As long as you're happy. He touched his eyes, and a trace of excitement flashed across his face. I wonder what sorcery fellow Daoist used just now. It actually allowed me to see ghosts without the use of external objects. Yi Qing was speechless. Seeing ghosts required external objects? I mobilized the spirit qi in your body. Tang Han was stunned for a moment, and then his eyes widened abruptly. Fellow Daoist, you're helping me to open my heavenly eye. He suddenly felt a wave of excitement. His eyes were shining as he looked at Yi Qing. He was indeed an expert. No wonder he could purify the entire ghost city. What the hell was opening the heavenly eye? Yi Qing felt the difficulty of communicating with people who weren't in the same cultivation system. He hurriedly changed the topic. I wonder what sect is the mystic sect that fellow Daoist mentioned. Mystic sect is not a sect. Tang Han smiled. He was even more certain that these two came from a hidden clan. Otherwise, how could they not even know what mystic sect was? Mystic sect is an organization jointly founded by the mystic cultivator clans. Its main purpose is to eliminate deviant ghosts and maintain the righteous path in the world. The elite mystic cultivators of all clans are gathered there. They're all mystic technique masters above the 3rd grade. So it was a place like the immortal alliance of various sections. Tang Han's face was full of yearning. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and said with some excitement, "Oh yes. With your cultivation, it won't be a problem for you to join Mystic Sect." He just didn't know what grade Mystic Technique Master they were. Where is Mystic Sect? Yi Qing continued. It's in Longxing City. Tang Han glanced at the two. The two of you have solved the Qinghe County matter. It's also considered a great merit. If you really intend to join Mystic Sect, I can write a letter to recommend you. Something flashed in Yi Qing's eyes, but he didn't explain. Thank you, fellow Daoist. Don't stand on ceremony, fellow Daoist Yi. It's a great deed for you to solve the Qinghe Ghost City. It's just a small effort on my part. It's only right. With that said, he went straight to the inner chamber, took out a brush and ink, and started writing. In less than a moment, he finished writing the letter of recommendation and handed it to Yi Qing. The nearest town is more than 10 miles away from here. The roads are complicated. Why don't I bring the two of you? No need. Before he finished speaking, the master and disciple spoke at the same time. If they walked any further, their legs would break. Why did they feel despised? Chapter 377. I Ching didn't say much to Tang Han. After asking for the general direction of the Mystic Gate, he quickly got up and left. He was afraid that he would act on impulse and personally send them to the Celestial Sect of Wonders. Once he left Tang Han's residence, he immediately rode on his sword and flew towards Longxing City with Shining. Tang Han said that Qinghe County was raided by deviant ghosts, which was why it was massacred. These words seemed to be true. The tragic state of the ghosts in the city did not seem to be caused by an ordinary disaster. But the ghosts in the city lost their memories, and the river of forgetfulness was not something that could be done by just deviant ghosts. Although he didn't know what the deviant ghost that Tang Han was talking about was, as long as it was a ghost, except for a special case like Song Ren, as long as it got close to the river of forgetfulness, it would be sent to the underworld for reincarnation. Therefore, the phenomenon of the river of forgetfulness in Qinghe County was definitely not the work of deviant ghosts. Instead, it was more likely to have something to do with the mystic gate that was used to expel deviant ghosts. What had happened in the city at that time? Why would Song Ren have such a big grievance? It seemed that he could only go to the Celestial Sect of Wonders to find out. Tang Han said that Longxing City, where the Celestial Sect of Wonders was located, was tens of thousands of miles away from here, but for flying swords, it was only a quarter or two of an hour. I Ching scanned with his divine perception and saw a huge city in front of him. Compared to other places where the spirit qi was so thin that it could not be seen, the spirit qi there was obviously thicker. However, it still could not compare to the immortal cities of other small worlds. Even his aura was exceptionally chaotic, filled with the aura of mortals. I Ching hesitated for a moment, then turned and landed in a remote place outside the city. He turned around to look at a certain coward who was afraid of heights and frowned. Exalted. Exalted immortal. Song Ren trembled under his stare, and his heart turned cold for no reason. He had a feeling that ever since they left the ghost city, this immortal surnamed Yi's attitude towards him had worsened. His gaze seemed to be able to freeze him into ice at any moment. "You're a ghost, you can't just go in like this." Those so-called mystic cultivators didn't seem to be very friendly to ghosts. If Song Ren went in just like that, he might be beaten to death. "To avoid trouble, I'll use an immortal item to create an apparition for you. You can temporarily possess it." As he spoke, he took out a green and juicy green onion from his storage bag. "Song Ren, why is it a green onion? Where's the promised immortal item? Aren't you an immortal? Why would he carry things like scallions with him?" "Let's go in," I Ching said seriously as he shook the green onion that was overflowing with immortal qi. "Exalted. Exalted immortal." The corner of Song Ren's mouth twitched. A moment later, he probed, Can we change it? This was intentional, right? "Little bitch, you sure have a lot of demands." I Ching's face darkened, he snorted coldly, but still continued to dig into his storage bag. Song Ren heaved a sigh of relief. The next moment, he saw I Ching take out a bunch of things from his storage bag: garlic, chili, chives, pepper, coriander. "They're all here. Hurry up and choose one." Shining, Song Ren, flips table. "This isn't choosing the illusory body, this is choosing the ingredients, right?" For all, Ngungu however, the other party looked as if he would freeze Song Ren to death with his gaze if he continued to nag. Song Ren, who had always been timid, had no choice but to admit defeat and float forward. He swept a glance at the ingredients on the ground. Unexpectedly, he found one with a different attribute. His eyes lit up instantly. "I choose this." He pointed to a white dandelion sandwiched between a handful of coriander. I Ching casually took it out. Nobody knew what he was thinking, but the corner of his mouth twitched. He turned to look at Song Ren. "Are you sure?" It was obvious that a certain radish had smuggled in. "Thank you, exalted immortal." Song Ren nodded vigorously. It was better than garlic and chili. Flowers have always been elegant. I think it will definitely help Exalted Immortal to create a good illusory body. I Ching did not speak. He gave him an indecipherable look. Even Shining, who was focused on eating her fruit, turned back to look at him in surprise. What's the matter? Song Ren's heart turned cold for no reason. Was the dandelion bad? Then I'll take this. I Ching had no intention of explaining it all. He directly conjured a seal and trapped Song Ren's soul into the dandelion. With a wave of his hand, an array appeared under his feet. The dandelion immediately turned into a white light and flew into the array. The white light became brighter and began to condense. In a short while, a youth who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old appeared in the array. He was dressed in a green and white robe. Unsurprisingly, he looked 70 to 80% similar to the radish. I have a body. Song Ren looked at his own body excitedly. He was indeed an immortal. He had turned back into a human. This is just an illusory body. I Ching explained, don't go too far away from us. Otherwise, once the immortal chi in the dandelion is used up, you will immediately return to your original state. I understand. Song Ren nodded and hurriedly cupped his hands in salute. Thank you, Exalted Immortal. Let's enter the city. He glanced at him again. His eyes stopped at the lower half of his body. Then he turned and habitually pulled Shining into the city. Song Ren immediately followed. The city was very lively. There were people everywhere. I Ching originally thought that this would be similar to the immortal cities of cultivators. But the strange thing was that more than half of the city was filled with mortals without any cultivation. Normally, cultivators would not easily mix with mortals to avoid being contaminated by the vulgar atmosphere of the mortal world, which was not conducive to cultivation. But here, there seemed to be no such concept at all. It was especially down to earth. I Ching inquired about the location of the Mystic Gate. Then, he brought the two of them all the way into the city. Along the way, many people beside him were carrying peachwood swords similar to Tang Han's, or swords that were strung together with copper coins. There was a faint flow of spirit chi on them, but it was extremely weak. It was not even a level 1 Dharma artifact. It seemed that they were also mystic cultivators who wanted to join the Mystic Gate. The few of them walked through the main street. From afar, they saw a palace floating in the city. But that palace was not very big. Perhaps because of the thin spirit chi, it was only floating 4 to 5 meters above the ground. But it looked quite magnificent. On the horizontal board of the palace, there were 2 big golden words, Mystic Gate. There was a very big square in front of the palace. There were already hundreds of people gathered there. There was also a platform in the middle of the square, as if waiting for something. I Ching looked around and took out Tang Han's recommendation letter. He was about to go forward and give it to the person who seemed to be in charge. But suddenly, he heard a deep voice coming from the platform. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for coming here from afar to support my Mystic Gate in expelling deviant ghosts. A middle-aged man in a green robe came up the platform. The square was suddenly silent. They all looked at the platform. The situation is urgent. Please forgive me for not being able to entertain you one by one. Sect Mastering, what exactly happened? As soon as he finished speaking, someone below asked anxiously, why did you suddenly send out the Mystic Iron Order and urgently gather all the mystic cultivators here? This was the first time since the establishment of the Mystic Gate. This concerns the catastrophe of the world. I have no choice. The sect master, whose surname was Ing, stepped forward and looked at the square with a heavy expression. A few days ago, the sect received news that a large number of deviant ghosts appeared in the southwest. The mystic gate tried many times to stop them but to no avail. Now, the deviant ghosts have broken through Moonfall City and are coming here. They will reach Longxing City in less than 3 days. Chapter 378. As soon as he said that, there was an uproar, and anxiety appeared on everyone's faces. It was not a common occurrence for deviant ghosts to attack a city, not to mention that they were attacking Moonfall City. That was the city with the most mystic cultivators other than Longxing City. There were at least dozens of mystic cultivators, if not hundreds. So many people failed to stop them, who knew how many deviant ghosts had come. Sect Mastering, now that the deviant ghosts are attacking, how should we deal with them? Please instruct us, someone responded, and the others also voiced their support. Yes. Longxing City is the last line of defense. After this, the deviant ghosts will go straight to the capital, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. That's right, we must not let them pass, expel the deviant ghosts, and protect our country. We dare to come here, we are already prepared to sacrifice ourselves. Please instruct us, Sect Master. For the righteous path of the world, we will die honorably. Everyone's expression was extremely serious. It was clear that they were not just shouting slogans, but really prepared to die. Even I Ching was a little surprised. Such fearlessness to protect the righteous path of the world was probably difficult even for the immortal sections. It was indeed admirable. Thank you, fellow Taoists. Sect Mastering glanced at everyone with a moved expression. Yesterday, our mystic sect disciples rushed to Moonfall to stop the deviant ghosts, but the battle situation is not clear. The mystic cultivators of 3rd grade and above have all rushed to Moonfall City for support. Now that Longxing City has no combat power, and Moonfall City has fallen, I hope that fellow Taoists can help us defend the city. Everyone nodded. That sect mastering gave a few more instructions and made some arrangements before letting everyone go forward to register so that they could be assigned. Master. I Ching subconsciously looked at Shining beside him. Now that the deviant ghosts had attacked the city, they must not be in the mood to take in disciples. As for Qinghe County, he probably would not be able to ask about it for a while. However, he was a little curious about the so-called deviant ghosts. Are we going to register? Sure. Shining nodded, having no objections. I Ching then followed the crowd to register their names, and received a wooden plate with the word Xian written on it. On the stage, sect leadering arranged everyone's positions and discussed how to deal with the enemy. Only then did the crowd slowly disperse. Because the deviant ghosts would only arrive in 3 days, Shining and the others had to stay in the city first. Moreover, it was almost noon, and it was time for lunch. I Ching was thinking about what to do for lunch as he walked into an inn. However, he discovered a crucial problem. What is this? The innkeeper took the spirit stones that I Ching handed over, looking confused. He smiled politely and reminded him, Sir, our inn does not accept bartering. Do you have any silver on you? Shining, I Ching, Song Ren, only then did they remember that this was a mortal city that used gold and silver. It was completely different from the cultivator's currency. After leaving Father Nyo, master and disciple once again felt the crisis of having no money. Master, don't worry. There are many empty spaces outside the city. It's just building a residence. It's just a small Dharma spell. We can start cooking soon, I Ching, who had been invited out of the inn, said seriously. But, to prevent deviant ghosts, the city gate was closed just now, Song Ren reminded him weakly. Then let's find a house. The people here are simple and honest. We're just borrowing the kitchen. I think they won't reject us. I Ching immediately changed his words. The mystic sect is already evacuating the civilians in the city. Everyone is busy moving. Who would be in the mood to borrow your kitchen? I still have some pastries in my storage bag. Why don't we give them to the innkeeper in exchange for a kitchen? The innkeeper said just now that he doesn't accept bartering. Shining. She instantly turned to stare at a certain coward. Her eyes were as cold as ice. Did you come specially to undermine me? Songren trembled and immediately moved behind Shining. You won't let the ghost speak the truth. You have a way. Shining suddenly turned to look at him. Air. Songren stiffened. His gaze drifted. Just as he was about to shake his head, he saw Yi Qing's expression. If you dare to say no, I'll kill you. He immediately shrank his head. I think so. The two of them paused and looked over. Why don't we? Let's go dig under that big tree. He suddenly pointed to a secluded street corner. They could vaguely see the lush foliage. I think there might be something we need there. What did he mean? Yi Qing and Shining exchanged a look. They turned and walked in the direction he pointed. Indeed, they saw a big tree after turning the corner. It should be 3 inches to the right of the tree. He spoke again. Yi Qing frowned. He squatted down at the place Songren pointed to. He used his divine perception to scan. Indeed, there was something underneath. He directly used an earth elemental sorcery. In an instant, the soil under his feet turned outwards. A brown porcelain jar suddenly emerged from the soil. He opened it to take a look. It was actually filled with silver ingots. There was a layer of black spots on the silver ingots. It looked like it had been there for many years. How do you know that there's something buried under this tree? Yi Qing turned to look at Songren doubtfully. The other party was stunned. He seemed to recall this question. A look of confusion flashed across his eyes. After a while, he shook his head. I don't know either. I just suddenly had a feeling that there would be silver under this tree. Could it be that his memory was recovering? Do you remember anything else? He thought for a while, then shook his head. No. Yi Qing's expression darkened. Songren did not look like he had recovered. Could it be because his illusion was a dandelion that radish had bloomed? Radish was a vegetation spirit. It could communicate with plants. It was normal for it to know that there would be silver under this tree. Exalted Immortal, is this enough? Songren asked seriously. If it's not enough, there's more under the tree in front. Oh yes. There's also the old well in the east of the city, the old temple in the west of the city, and the backyard of the shop in the north of the city. Yi Qing, Shining, she felt that ever since this coward got his illusion, did he awaken some incredible skill? He could turn into a treasure hunter or something. There's no need. Yi Qing took out a piece of silver from the jar and buried the jar back into the soil. He subconsciously refined the silver in his hand and removed the layer of black spots on it. Then, he stood up and glanced at him with an unclear meaning. After a while, he patted his shoulder and said, if Father Nyo was here, he would probably want to take you in as his disciple. Ha! Songren hesitated. Who was Father Nyo? He was also an immortal. Did he mean that he had the potential to become an immortal? He felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Just as he was about to ask, Yi Qing added, it's a pity that he didn't come. You probably won't see him in the future. Then what the hell are you talking about? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Chapter 379. With Songren, the treasure-seeking ghost, the few of them successfully checked into the inn. They stayed in the inn for 2 days. The commoners in the city had already moved out of Longxing City one after another. The originally lively city suddenly became deserted. Except for the mystic cultivators who occasionally came out to patrol, there were no mortals without any cultivation. Following the arrangement of the mystic sects, I Ching went out twice these 2 days, both to strengthen the defense outside the city. He then understood the difference between these so-called mystic cultivators and cultivators. They seemed to be more inclined towards talisman cultivators. Besides using those peachwood swords that did not have much power, they used talismans the most. And the so-called strengthening of the defense outside the city was just pasting all kinds of low-level talismans outside the city gates. The corner of I Ching's mouth twitched as he watched. If those so-called deviant ghosts were really large enough to attack the city, these low-level talismans obviously could not even hold for a quarter of an hour, but everyone looked serious and serious. Considering their cultivation, I Ching could only set up a mountain protecting array around the city gates when they were not paying attention. He became more and more curious about what those so-called deviant ghosts were. I Ching did not wait for long. On the second night, he sensed something strange. Something was coming this way, bringing with it a sky full of yin qi. It was clearly still 100 miles away, but the temperature in the city dropped sharply. Exalted Immortal. Song Ren looked at I Ching, who suddenly stood up and gave him a puzzled look. After a while, he thought of something and suddenly widened his eyes. Is it a deviant ghost? Yes. I Ching nodded. Song Ren looked flustered and turned to walk toward Shen Ying's room. Then I'll go wake Exalted Immortal Shen. Come back. I Ching reacted quickly and pulled her back. Master is asleep. Ha! Song Ren was stunned. And then, if we wake her up now, Longxing City will really not be able to defend. What did he mean? I Ching had no intention of explaining. He picked him up and flew out of the city on his sword. Once out of the city, the yin qi in the air became even stronger. From afar, they could see a black mass in front of them, even covering the moonlight. The surrounding yin qi was blowing, and it was bone-chilling. The mystic cultivators patrolling in the city did not seem to notice these changes. I Ching sent a stream of spiritual qi over and said, "The deviant ghosts are here." That mystic cultivator was stunned. He looked around and did not see anyone, but he still turned around to inform the others. I Ching didn't care much about it and directly flew towards the direction where the yin qi was gathering. Not long after, all kinds of mournful ghost cries could be heard. Only then did I Ching see the appearance of the so-called deviant ghost. It was a black fog so dense that it was almost as black as ink. It even had a bit of demonic aura to it. One could clearly hear the ear-piercing screams of ghosts, but they couldn't see the actual entity. There were only 1 or 2 vague ghostly figures flashing past. Moreover, the range of the black fog was so large that it covered half of the forest. His speed was also extremely fast. Wherever he passed, the plants withered. I Ching was stunned by the scene in front of him. It was as simple as many ghosts glued together. From the looks of it, rather than calling it a group of deviant ghosts, it would be more accurate to call it one. He flew down directly, and a barrier array was formed instantly. The black fog that was originally pouncing towards Longxing City was blocked. Those mournful cries became even more piercing. I Ching took a step forward and released his divine perception to investigate. There were indeed many souls gathered in this black fog, but the soul bodies were extremely thin. He could only faintly see 1 or 2 faint soul bodies floating past, and there were even a few similar ones. These were remnant souls. His eyes widened abruptly. In this black fog, what gathered were actually all remnant souls. There wasn't a single complete soul. What was going on? By right, remnant souls were extremely weak. They would dissipate upon contact with a bit of immortal spirit qi. And they would only be sensed by the main body. But the remnant souls here were obviously not like that. They clearly had no consciousness at all, yet they gathered in groups. Their attack power was not weaker than that of evil ghosts. And this number, from a rough look, was more than tens of thousands. So many remnant souls gathered on their own instead of returning to the main body. Unless, they didn't have a main body at all. But remnant souls didn't have consciousness. Why did they come here? He carefully scanned the black fog. After a while, he saw a trace of a different aura, with a sense of malevolence. Grievance. They were affected by the grievance, just like Song Ren who rushed into the immortal world. Song. He subconsciously turned back to look at Song Ren, who had been silent all this while. But he found that Song Ren's body suddenly began to emit a gray aura. In a short while, it covered his entire body. That pair of usually timid and frightened eyes surged with violence, and both eyes were red. He was affected by the grievance in the black fog. Song Ren. I Ching yelled. But he seemed to not hear it. The grievance on his body became heavier and his expression became more and more sinister. Kill. Kill. He murmured. In the next moment, he directly broke away from the illusory body. In an instant, he changed back into the appearance of the immortal world filled with grievance. He turned into a black ball and directly rushed towards the black fog of remnant souls. Song Ren. I Ching panicked. He directly conjured a seal and a stream of spirit chi flew out. It wrapped around Song Ren, who had been completely swallowed by the grievance, and forcibly pulled him back. He set up 4-5 layers of sealing spells in succession. But Song Ren seemed to have completely lost his mind. He began to attack the array around him crazily. His already weak soul body became even thinner. Mengpo was not here, so his grievance could not be eliminated. I Ching's face darkened. He had no choice but to seal him back into the illusory body on the ground. He conjured a few more spells to slowly suppress his grievance. The mystic cultivators in the city also rushed over at this time. They saw the black fog in the sky at one glance. Deviant ghosts, deviant ghosts. They really came. Everyone's face turned pale. Dispel deviant ghosts. No one knew who shouted. The mystic cultivators did not even look carefully. They all raised the peachwood swords in their hands and rushed towards the opposite side. They were about to pass through the blocking array that I Ching had set up. I Ching's heart sank. Don't go over. It was too late. The array that he had just set up could only isolate ghosts. It could not block living people. When he sealed Song Ren back into the illusory body, the other side had already rushed in. With a crisp sound, a gap suddenly appeared in the transparent array. Large amounts of black fog rushed out and rushed straight towards the crowd. The few people who were closest to it did not have time to take out their talismans. Instantly, all the blood chi in their bodies broke out. They turned into dried corpses in an instant. Their vitality dissipated. I Ching was full of anger. He wanted to imitate Father Nyo and scold. Holy shit! He turned his hand. Just as a sword chi was about to slash over, a chanting suddenly came from the sky. Immeasurable Heavenly Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear spirit chi swept over from behind. It instantly dispelled the thick black chi and directly forced those remnant souls back into the array. A golden array suddenly appeared in midair. The golden light shone brightly and turned into a layer of translucent golden arc. It directly enveloped the black fog below. A Daoist dressed in green walked over from behind. He looked to be in his 30s or 40s. He held a horsetail whisk in his hand. He had a benevolent look on his face. He only took 2 or 3 steps, but he was already in front of the crowd. I Ching instantly saw through his cultivation. He was slightly shocked. Soul formation stage. There was actually a soul formation stage cultivator in this small world. More importantly, there was a layer of thick and somewhat dazzling golden light surrounding him. He looked like a moving luminous body. This was the light of merit. Chapter 380. Master Yuntian. Everyone was shocked, and then overjoyed. That's great, Master Yuntian is here. Longxing City is saved this time. He is indeed the world's #1 mystic cultivator. With him around, there is no deviant ghost that cannot be solved. I didn't expect to see Master Yuntian again. This trip was not in vain. Didn't Heaven Master go into seclusion decades ago? Could he have come specially for Longxing City? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and rushed forward with excited looks on their faces. Even I Ching looked over curiously. Only people with great merit would have the light of merit around them, but it was the first time he saw one as bright as this one. Even the Buddhist cultivators in other small worlds who cultivated with merit did not have as much merit as this one. But he was a cultivator. No. According to this small world, he should be a mystic cultivator. How many good deeds did he have to do to have such a thick light of merit? I Ching could not help but feel a sense of admiration. And the person in the middle who was covered in the light of merit only smiled at everyone kindly, cupped his fists and said, "Fellow Taoists, Yunheng is late." Only then did everyone react and return the greeting with extremely respectful expressions. Some even rubbed their eyes in disbelief, thinking that they had seen wrongly. After a while, the sect master whose surname was Ing stepped forward. "Master Yuntian, are you here for this deviant ghost?" "Yes." Yunheng nodded and said, "I sensed a gathering of Yin Qi in the middle of my seclusion, so I specially rushed over." He turned to look at the few dried corpses on the ground, and a trace of pity flashed in his eyes. It seems that I was still one step too late, and did not save them. He raised his hand to conjure a seal and waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. A golden light swept towards the corpses on the ground. Immediately, the dried corpses on the ground turned into spots of light and disappeared. He chanted the Tao Sutra a few more times before sighing and putting down his hand. With this reminder, everyone also thought of their companions who had just sacrificed themselves. At once, they fell silent, and their eyes revealed a sorrowful expression. After a while, Sect Master Ing said, Heaven Master has tried his best. I'm sure they know in the underworld and will not blame you. What's more, they died to save the world. It's a worthy death." He sighed and turned to look at the deviant ghosts that were covered by the golden light. His face darkened. "We didn't expect that there would be so many deviant ghosts this time. Our dermic powers are weak, and I'm afraid we cannot dispel them all. I wonder if Heaven Master has a way." Once he finished speaking, everyone present turned to look at Yunheng. Actually, everyone was clear that they could not deal with so many deviant ghosts. One Yunheng. The moment they saw the deviant ghosts, they were ready to sacrifice themselves. Even if they could stop them for a while, it would be good. But Yunheng was a Heaven Master, the strongest mystic cultivator according to legend. With him around, perhaps, they could really get rid of it. Yun, Heng, and Yun, Yun, Heng, 1111, Master, Yun, Yun, 1111 Yun Tian, 1. He sighed and turned to look at the black swarm of deviant ghosts behind him. "I will try my best. I wonder if everyone can protect me." Everyone's expression darkened. Even Master Heaven was not confident. It showed how serious the deviant ghosts were this time. But in the current situation, they could only try their best. This concerns all life in the world. Heaven Master Yun, just try. We will do our best to protect you. Alright, thank you, everyone. Yunheng nodded and took a step forward. He took out a purple dermic talisman and muttered something. A moment later, the talisman lit up. The other mystic cultivators all stood around him to protect him. The light of the talisman grew brighter and brighter. A moment later, it turned into a beam of purple light and flew above the array, trapping the deviant ghosts. An array pattern appeared in the air, slowly expanding. He seemed to be trying to use the array to cover the entire swarm of deviant ghosts. But perhaps because of the different cultivation methods, it took a lot of effort for him to maintain it. A moment later, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. I Ching looked over and realized that the spirit chi in his body was being continuously transferred to the array in the air. It was as if he was not afraid of wasting it. Half of his spirit chi was used up in an instant. He frowned. If this went on, even if he was a soul formation cultivator, his spirit chi would be used up in a few minutes. He suddenly became curious about the array in the air. What kind of array would require a soul formation cultivator to use up all his energy? After looking at it carefully for a while, he still could not recognize what kind of array it was. Indeed, a moment later, Yunheng's face was already pale. The spirit chi in his body was almost used up. If not for the golden light of merit all over his body, he might not have been able to hold on. All the mystic cultivators present held their breaths and focused their attention on the array formation in the sky. Finally, the purple array expanded to cover the entire swarm of deviant ghosts below. Only then did Yunheng turn his hand and use the last bit of spirit energy he had left to change a Dharma spell. The incantation in his mouth became even more complicated. Even the light of merit on his body seemed to dim for a moment. In the next moment, the purple array suddenly changed. The pattern changed instantly. The entire sky turned into a blinding red light. With a thick murderous aura, it directly fell down. This was the soul-destroying array. I Ching's eyes widened. He saw that the array was about to fall down on the remnant souls below. Even the golden shield that originally trapped the deviant ghosts was shattered. The barrier array that he set up inside was also about to collapse. His heart tightened. Subconsciously, he sent a few streaks of sword chi towards the soul-destroying array. In the next moment, he heard a loud ding. That red array collapsed instantly, turning into spots of fluorescent light that fell down. And Yunheng, who set up the array, had already used up all his spirit chi. Now that the array backfired, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. "What are you doing?" It was only then that the other mystic cultivators noticed I Ching at the side. They reacted instantly and turned to look angrily at the person who suddenly broke the array. There were even more people who took out the peach wood swords in their hands and surrounded him tightly. "Who are you? Why did you break Master Heaven's array? You stopped us from exorcising deviant ghosts and injured Master Heaven. What exactly do you want?" I Ching frowned. He ignored everyone's questions and turned to look at Yunheng, who was on the verge of collapsing. In a low voice, he asked, "Your so-called exorcism is to kill these remnant souls?" Once he said this, everyone became even angrier. Of course. Deviant ghosts harm the world. Naturally, they have to be exorcised. I Ching's frown deepened. There's no need to talk to him. Take down this traitor who broke the exorcism array. Sect Master Ing, who was leading the group, shouted. The angry crowd looked as if they were about to raise their swords and slash at him. Wait! Yunheng suddenly spoke, stopping everyone who was rushing over. Wait a minute. Chapter 381. Yunheng forced himself to take 2 steps forward. He looked at Yi Qing suspiciously. Something flashed across his eyes as he said anxiously, "Fellow Daoist, do you mean that you have other ways to deal with deviant ghosts?" Yi Qing's expression darkened. These deviant ghosts are obviously formed from tens of thousands of remnant souls. The remnant soul is also a part of the soul. Do you know that under the soul extinguishing array, the soul will scatter? These tens of thousands of souls will never be reincarnated. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. He had thought that with the light of merit, he would not be an evil person. Who would have thought that he would want to kill tens of thousands of remnant souls? Not to mention cultivators, even the devil race would not dare to do such a thing. However, the crowd didn't care at all. Instead, they looked at him even more furiously. What remnant soul? His soul would scatter and scatter. What a load of nonsense. That's right. If the deviant ghosts aren't eliminated, the living will be eaten. Don't try to mislead us with your lies. We are doing this to protect the righteous path of the world. Master Yun Tian, there's no need to listen to this nonsense. Let's just take down this evil person first. No. Yunheng once again stood in front of everyone. There was no anger on his face, only excitement. He looked at Yi Qing with glowing eyes and said urgently, "According to fellow Daoist, how should we deal with these deviants, no, these remnant souls?" A trace of surprise flashed across Yi Qing's heart. He kept feeling that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Naturally, it will be returned to the river of forgetfulness and sent to the underworld to be reincarnated." Reincarnation. Rebirth. Yunheng paused, his eyes full of confusion. He was about to ask. Yi Qing had already turned around and was walking toward the deviant ghosts. He conjured a seal with both hands, and golden light shone from beneath his feet. In an instant, a huge reincarnation array appeared on the ground, extending across the entire forest. The originally pitch-black deviant ghost was like a cloud that had been blown away, the black gas dissipating. Even the yin qi of the ghosts had disappeared. Suddenly, one transparent shadow after another appeared in front of him. However, they looked extremely weak. Some of them couldn't even take on a human form, only a cloud of white smoke. They were densely packed together. At first glance, there were actually more than 10,000 of them. Everyone present was stunned and looked at the large number of shadows in disbelief. What is this? Why did the deviant ghost suddenly become like this? Did he become a ghost? But why is there no yin qi? Isn't that the head of the Yen family? Isn't he dead? Everyone gasped in unison as if they had never seen such a scene before. Just as they were about to take a closer look, Yi Qing made a hand seal. Immediately, the forest of weak remnant souls turned into wisps of green smoke and returned to the river of forgetfulness below. In less than the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, the deviant ghosts that had originally swarmed over in an overwhelming manner and could almost destroy the entire Longxing city had now completely disappeared, leaving only withered branches and withered leaves on the ground. Yi Qing used his divine perception to scan the entire forest. There was not a single remnant soul left. It seemed like Song Ren was the only special one. The grievances of the other ghosts were not so thick that they could not enter the river of forgetfulness. All the mystic cultivators present were stunned, and no one spoke for a long time. Yunheng was the first to react. He quickly stepped forward. "Fellow Daoist, those strange, remnant souls, where did they go? Send it to..." Before he could finish, he suddenly paused and looked up at the glimmer of light in the sky. "It's daybreak. There's no time. I have to go back to cook." What? With that said, he directly grabbed a certain dandelion apparition on the ground, turned around, and with a whoosh, he disappeared, leaving behind the crowd, whose eyes were even wider, and the dumbfounded Yunheng. Nothing was more important than going back to prepare breakfast for Master Carrot in a certain inn in Longxing City. That's what happened. Yi Qing tidied up the table as he recounted what happened last night. Oh. Shining, who had finally finished her breakfast, turned her chopsticks upside down, squatted on the ground, and poked a certain cowardly corpse. So, his illness is acting up again. Acting up. Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then nodded hard. Yes. Perhaps he was affected by the grievances of those remnant souls. He continued to explain. This time, his grievances are even more than before. I have already sent a message to Mengpe, but perhaps even she might not be able to clear these grievances. Shining glanced at the person on the ground, whose entire body was emitting black qi, as if he was moldy. Is there no other way? I haven't found out about his past, and I don't know what the knot in Song Ren's heart is. So there's no way to completely eliminate the grievances. Then we throw him away for now. I can only temporarily seal him in the apparition, but the grievances devour the soul. In the long run, his soul will completely disappear. So troublesome. Shining tilted her head. Why don't we throw him back to Father Nyo? Yi Qing was stunned for a moment, and then reminded her seriously. It's not that we can't let Father Nyo deal with it, but we haven't found Yu Hong yet. If we go back now, I guess we won't even have our living expenses for the next 3 months. Anne. Yi Qing continued. If Song Ren doesn't recover by tomorrow, we won't have money to stay in the inn. Shining stiffened, and then threw away the chopsticks in her hand, stood up, and patted Yi Qing on the shoulder. Chef, you're right. The treasure-seeking ghost has been with us for a few days. We are loyal people. Even if he becomes a moldy ghost, we won't give up on him. Moldy. Moldy ghost. What the hell? But his mold is quite serious. Shining looked at the person on the ground, who was emitting more and more black qi, and scratched her head. Why don't we pull him out and shake him, and let him dry to get rid of the mold or something? With that said, she bent down directly from the apparition on the ground, and pulled out Song Ren, who was full of grievances. She held a corner of it in one hand, and shook it up and down against the window like she was shaking a quilt. For a moment, there was only the sound of a gust of wind, and a good ball of grievances was shaken into a rectangle. Straight face moss. Master. Yi Qing frowned, and was a step too slow to stop her. Song Ren's body is filled with grievances, you can't shake. It's shaken off. Before he finished speaking, he saw a large patch of grievances, like a shell being shed, instantly shed off Song Ren's body. That works too. It's done. Shining shook it for less than 2 minutes, and the ball of grievances had already disappeared, revealing a translucent soul inside, but it still had not woken up, and there was still some black in the soul. Take it again, and just dry it. Yi Qing, no. Master indeed. Yi Qing was about to say something, but the waiter suddenly knocked on the door from outside. Guest, Master Yun Tian asked me to pass a message. He wants to see you. I wonder if it's convenient for you. Master Yun Tian. That's fast. Master, he's the soul formation cultivator I was talking about just now, Yi Qing explained, and then nodded, asking the waiter to invite him in. Oh. Shining did not mind. After a while, she saw a large patch of golden light moving towards the room. It was so bright that it was blinding. Shining was stunned, and subconsciously narrowed her eyes. What a big, light bulb. She looked down at the moldy ghost in her hand. He, greater than over equal to 4. Chapter 382. Fellow Taoist. The moment Yunheng entered, he bowed towards I Ching. He looked excited. Please forgive me for my intrusion, fellow Taoist. I Ching glanced at him. He had guessed that he would find his way here, but he did not expect it to be so soon. It seemed like his position among the mystic cultivators was indeed extraordinary. Don't stand on ceremony, Master Yuntian. Please take a seat. He gestured for him to come in and sit down. Coincidentally, he had something to confirm with him. Fellow Taoist, you can just call me Yunheng. He became even more polite and respectful. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? I Ching answered and turned to look behind him. My master, Shening. Yunheng seemed to have just noticed Shening behind him. He paused for a moment, then immediately bowed. Thinking of the purpose of this trip, he did not think too much about it. He continued to stare at I Ching and said, Fellow Taoist I came here this time because I have something important to confirm with you. Fellow Taoist please tell me the truth. His expression became even more nervous, as if what he was going to say next was extremely important to him. His hands subconsciously clenched at his sides. I Ching glanced at him and nodded. Fellow Taoist, please ask away. He took a deep breath, sat up straight, and said, What do you mean by remnant souls? Humans are divided into 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls, called the soul. When the body dies, the soul emerges as a ghost. A remnant soul is also a fragment of a soul. Because it is incomplete, it is not enough to form a soul or a spirit, so it is called a remnant soul. Then what do you mean by sending me into the river of forgetfulness? He asked anxiously. The river of forgetfulness is the place where all souls in the world are born and end. It flows through every corner of the 3 realms and 6 paths, and it draws the souls of all living beings into the netherworld. Only through the river of forgetfulness can one be reborn and reincarnated. Yunheng's face paled, as if he had suffered a huge blow. His body swayed, and his entire body leaned forward as if he was about to fall. However, he used his hands to support himself on the table and tried his best to sit up straight. Many complicated emotions flashed across her eyes. After a while, she looked at I Ching with an even more anxious expression. Then the Dharma spell that fellow Taoist used just now was, formation, rebirth formation. Rebirth. Formation. He muttered these words and looked him up and down. Please forgive me for being presumptuous, but fellow Taoist is using the profound technique. No. Then, sorcery, immortal cultivation sorcery. Immortal cultivation. He was shocked. That's you, a cultivator. Yunheng was stunned. He was completely stunned. Although he did not know what a cultivator was, he understood that it was completely different from mystic cultivators. His expression changed a few times, and after a while, he seemed to understand something. So, it's like this. There's actually such a spell in this world. It turns out that we've been using the wrong method all this time. No wonder, no wonder. He sighed and shook his head. For a moment, it was hard to tell whether he was crying or laughing. I Ching frowned and looked at him before saying, Fellow Taoist Yun, can you answer some of my questions as well? Yunheng turned around. Fellow Taoist, please speak. Have you mystic cultivators always destroyed the souls of deviant ghosts? Yunheng froze for a moment. He suddenly felt a little ashamed. A moment later, he smiled bitterly and said, I know what fellow Taoist wants to say. But in this world, other than expelling them, there is no other way to deal with ghosts. No other way. I Ching was shocked. Expelling the dead and reincarnating, weren't these the most basic spells? He sighed, as if thinking of something. After a while, he continued, Fellow Taoist, you might not know this, but a few hundred years ago, deviant, remnant souls suddenly appeared in this world. It led to great suffering. At that time, no one knew how to deal with these remnant souls. As a result, tens of thousands of civilians in several cities in the north were eaten to death. After that, Patriarch Pu Xian spent tens of years before creating that expelling array to stop those deviant ghosts from wreaking havoc in the world. After that, he even died because of this array. From then on, the mystic cultivators united and built the mystic sect. His expression became even more solemn. He took a deep breath before continuing. The mystic sect made this array public, and its mission was to expel deviant ghosts and protect the world. By expelling all the deviant ghosts to the north, they were able to protect a piece of pure land. So the mystic cultivators in the world only knew this one method. Are you all retarded? There's clearly something wrong with this method. But after many years, the number of deviant ghosts did not decrease. And the number grew bigger and bigger every time. Now it seems, our understanding of it from the beginning was wrong. These deviant ghosts, no, these remnant souls, do not need to be expelled, but to be reborn. Nonsense. He turned to look at I Ching, cupped his fists and pleaded seriously, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I beg you, can you teach the art of rebirth to all the mystic cultivators in the world? Help the world to completely solve this crisis, and help those remnant souls to enter samsara again." I Ching rubbed his forehead. Although he had some guesses before, he did not expect this to be the reason. It turned out that the reason why they showed no mercy to those remnant souls was not because they were cruel, but because they did not know that those were also a part of the soul. What was even more ridiculous was that they claimed to be mystic cultivators who specialized in dealing with ghosts, but actually did not know any way to be reborn, and could only kill them directly. He immediately thought of that soul-exterminating array. Yunheng had merit on him. That array could indeed exterminate and devour souls. But looking at the cultivation of the others, even if they joined forces, they would probably only be able to unleash 1/10 of the power of that array. At most, they would be able to disperse those remnant souls. But the remnant souls still did not enter the river of forgetfulness. Because of grievous energy, they would still reunite. Presumably, this was also the reason why the number of deviant ghosts in this small world had been increasing for so many years. So all this was because their cultivation techniques were incomplete, or even seriously lacking. Logically speaking, the different small world spirit chi levels were different, but in the end, they would all be on the path of immortal cultivation and ascension. But this world seemed to have missed something halfway, and it was getting more and more crooked. "I can teach you," I Ching said in a low voice. "Not only the rebirth array, but also various methods of rebirth for ghosts." Yunheng's expression was one of joy and excitement. "But," I Ching added, "you have to ask all the mystic cultivators to stop using that soul-exterminating array immediately." "Of course." He hurriedly nodded. Ever since he knew that those deviant ghosts were also souls, he did not intend to let them use it anymore. "Also, can you let me see how your so-called mystic techniques work? Alright, this is a huge matter to save the world. I think everyone will agree." Thank you, fellow Taoist Yi. I will inform sect mastering to recall all the mystic sect disciples. Also, all the mystic cultivator clans will all rush over within 3 days and spread the news to all the mystic cultivators in the world. Go. Fellow Taoist I Ching, I have one last question. Speak. May I ask? He suddenly pointed above his head, and then turned back to look at the person behind him. "Since I entered the door, why has this lady behind me been holding a piece of gray cloth above my head?" I Ching, Shening, ah. I've been discovered. My invisibility function is not working today. The moldy ghost has not even dried up yet. Oh. Chapter 383. Yunheng was very fast. The next day, he brought over a pile of mystic sect classics. I Ching had thought that there would be all kinds of cultivation techniques. He did not expect that they would all be drawings of talismans. There were small talismans like the dust-repelling talisman and the speed-increasing talisman. There were also big talismans like the thunder talisman and the fire talisman. I want to know how your cultivation techniques are different from mine. You only need to show me the most basic techniques. I Ching thought that he had misunderstood and reminded him again. But, these are all. Yunheng nodded. All the talisman techniques and the mystic techniques are here. These. I Ching looked at the books on the table. Don't you have anything like guiding qi into the body? Yunheng was stunned. What is guiding qi into the body? I Ching suddenly had a bad feeling. Have you never guided spirit qi into the body? Spirit qi. Yunheng was even more confused. Then how do you usually draw talismans? He changed the way he asked. Oh, you just have to sense the heaven and earth. I'll draw it for you. As he spoke, he immediately took out the talisman paper and cinnabar to demonstrate. First, he burned some incense and washed his hands with a serious look. After a while, he picked up his brush and focused on drawing on the paper. I Ching focused and found that the spirit qi in his body did not move at all. Only the surrounding spirit qi seeped into the tip of the brush and onto the talisman paper. In less than a while, a low-level talisman paper appeared on the table. Straight face, it's done. Yunheng put down his brush and said happily, I never thought that this dust-removing talisman would succeed on the first try. I Ching, he was a soul formation supremacy, but he could only draw a low-level dust-removing talisman. What was there to be proud of? Suddenly, he understood. Could it be that these mystic cultivators did not know how to use their own spirit qi at all? Then how on earth did he cultivate to the soul formation level? After thinking about it, I Ching directly conjured a seal and used the surrounding spirit qi to make a temporary spirit testing pearl. He extended it to Yunheng and said, Put your hand on it. Yunheng was stunned. Although he did not understand what he meant, he still put his hand on it. In the next moment, the spirit testing pearl suddenly emitted a 5-colored light that gathered into a ball and merged into one. 5 elements mixed spirit root. I Ching was shocked. No wonder, the 5 elements mixed spirit root was similar to the 5 spirit roots, but they were 2 extremes, different from the worst 5 spirit roots. Although the 5 elemental chaos spirit root also needed to absorb 5 types of spirit qi, the spirit roots complemented each other and merged into one. In other words, as long as it was spiritual qi, he would be able to absorb it. He did not need to separate spiritual qi like other spiritual roots. It could be said that this was the best spiritual root. More importantly, those with the 5 elements mixed spiritual roots must have the 5 elements spirit body. His body had a special ability to summon spiritual qi, so he didn't need to absorb it on his own. Spiritual qi would gather in his body on its own. Besides, he had so much merit that he wouldn't face any bottlenecks. It wouldn't be strange if he could reach the soul formation stage. What is the spirit root that fellow Taoist is talking about? Yunheng looked confused. He clearly did not know what Lone Moon was talking about. I Ching frowned and looked at him with a complicated expression. It seemed like the situation was much more serious than he had imagined. It wasn't as simple as handing over the reincarnation array and the soul transcendence spell to them. They had to start from scratch. Lone Moon turned to look at the mystic cultivators outside the inn who kept glancing over curiously. He sighed. It seemed like this was really a troublesome matter. He had to think about how to teach them. He explained a little to Yunheng and agreed to go to the mystic sect the next day to explain the situation. Only then did he ask Yunheng to leave. Master. I Ching looked at Shining, who had been chewing on her fruit the whole time. What should we do now? Looking at the situation, the cultivation sorcery of this small world was seriously lacking. To solve the problem of deviant ghosts, they had to start from the most basic qi into their bodies. How about? Shining looked calm. Give Father Nyo a call. Open a school or something. It wouldn't be the first time anyway. I Ching was stunned. His eyes brightened. Good idea. Father Nyo had experience in teaching disciples. He immediately took out the communication talisman. In the next moment, a familiar figure jumped out. Get lost. He had just told Lone Moon his idea when Lone Moon replied with a single word. He looked at the two of them like a knife. They don't know how to cultivate. It's none of my business. Can't you just give me less trouble? You want me to open a school? Do you think the invincible sect doesn't have enough to deal with? But, if you want to teach, go ahead. Why are you looking for me? I Ching was stumped. He didn't know how to answer. Shining tilted her head and leaned over. Father Nyo, you're a professional. Get lost. Lone Moon rolled his eyes at her. He looked left and right. Where are you, Hong and Little Black? What are the two of you doing down there? Don't mind such details. Details my ass. You didn't even look for them, did you? Lone Moon exposed them directly. Hurry up and find them. You can do whatever you want with the rest. Oh. Shen Ying's eyes narrowed. She sighed and said, all right. There are so many people in this world. None of them have cultivated. They don't understand anyway. Chef. She turned and patted I Ching. Just do whatever you want and teach them. I Ching was stunned. He immediately understood something. He nodded vigorously. Yes, master. Wait. Indeed, Lone Moon suddenly spoke. What do you mean by not cultivating? It means that there are no cultivators in this world. I Ching explained. Then, he added, among these people, there are even people with 5 elements spirit roots. But no one knows the way to cultivate. It's really a pity. After saying that, he let out a long, artificial sigh, which was completely out of character. Even someone as smart as Father Nyo didn't notice. His mind was filled with 5 elements spirit roots. 5 elements mixed spirit roots. In such a small world with pitifully little spirit chi, there were actually 5 elements mixed spirit roots. That was a qualification that could allow one to ascend to immortality. If there were even such spirit roots, wouldn't other qualifications be everywhere? None of them really know how to cultivate spirit chi. Of course. Come and see if you don't believe me. Lone Moon glanced at the two of them suspiciously. Although he knew that they were doing it on purpose, he couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. There were no cultivators in the entire small world. That meant that the ground was filled with supreme-grade qualifications. They could pick and choose at will. It meant that they hadn't decided on the direction of cultivation. It meant that they could teach at will. It meant that the world would be filled with sword cultivators in the future. Then, he thought about his own sect full of diamond Barbies. Master, let's go now. Although my cultivation method might not be suitable for them, we still have to give it a try. Oh. Shining nodded. The two of them were just about to leave. Stop right there. Lone Moon looked at the two of them who were already addicted to acting. The corner of his mouth twitched. That's enough. Wait here obediently. I'll make some preparations. We'll be there tomorrow. Let Cheat Shin do it. He could create a second invincible sect in minutes. Yes, Father Nyo. No problem, Father Nyo. Two lone moons snorted coldly. The figure on the talisman disappeared in a flash. Done. Chef, you cooperated well. Shining nudged the person beside her. It's Master who taught us well. Achievement of daily cheating, achieved. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.